on the record. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today's date is March 3rd, 2016. This is the Volusia County Council public participation section of our meeting, and we have some speakers that will be speaking with us this morning. And I will read the disclaimer. The Volusia County Council welcomes your involvement and is interested in hearing your comments. Please complete a public participation slip and indicate in the subject line the issue you wish to address. You may use the back if you have to. After you are recognized, please state your name and address for the record before beginning your comments. You will speak up to 3 minutes, either during the public participation or when the agenda item is heard. The County Council will not answer questions or requests during public participation. Please be courteous, respectful of the views of others. Personal attacks on council members, county staff, or members of the public will not be tolerated. So once again, good morning, everybody, and we will get right to it. Mr. Commander Roger Lee Tiffany, Esquire. I see you have a group with you. Morning, sir. They may
Commander-in-Chief, sir.
They may stand.
I would like very much to
I need, for the record, I need your name and address.
I would like very much to let you know I'm Roger Lee Tiffany, 1321 Derbyshire Road, Volusia County, Florida.
You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, sir. And I will be as kind to you when I have the gavel as what you are to me, and I thank you. I sent a delegation over here to ask for something, and you were so kind as to take it under consideration. And we look forward to having you at our Vietnam Recognition Day for Vietnam Veterans at Emory L. Bennett Memorial Veterans Nursing Home at 1920 Mason Avenue. And with the proclamation which we received to ask what we thought about it, it got unanimous appreciation. And so as you know, that basically I'm a chaplain, and so we passed the plate. And when we passed the plate, it has on it, "Thank you, Jason P. Davis, for stepping up to the plate for Volusia County veterans." And all that were in attendance signed the plate. But since you had to be at the Speedway, we understand, we gave you an excused absence, and may I approach to present you the plate, sir?
Is that okay there, Bailiff? Is that all right? Matter of fact, you know what, Roger Lee, I'll come on down there. I'll come on down there. That way you don't have
Pleasure,
to.
sir.
Very well.
Because we want to keep you happy.
All right. Well, with that, we'll take are you done speaking, sir?
I'm done speaking.
Then we'll take a very short recess while we do this. So we'll be in recess for a few moments.
Is that what we're
Yeah, I
referring
know.
to?
I said everybody in attendance. Everybody in attendance, we're going to sign it.
Come back in. One. Ready?
No,
Wha-
I've said, my message has been received.
Hi. Okay, we're back on the record. Very interesting. All right. Next person up is Mike Pastore, Pastor Mike Pastore.
Good morning. My name is Michael Pastori, also known as Pastor Mike. I'm a ordained minister and homeless advocate in Daytona Beach, primarily focused on the single chronic homeless.
Need your address, sir.
Oh, address is 400 Fremont Avenue
Thank you, sir.
in Daytona Beach. All right, well, I've been at this a minute, and I guess I'll use my time to kind of recap, what got us here today. On January the 5th, 2014, Dr. Robert Marbut made his first ever presentation to the Daytona Beach City Commission and a lot of interested residents of Volusia County. And there was a lot of buzz in the room, so much excitement, about finally doing something about the homeless issue. And, the philosopher Kierkegaard said that life must be lived forward but can only be understood backwards. So what I'm going to say is that, with the luxury of hindsight, you say, well, why didn't we capitalize on that buzz in the room? Why didn't we just take the bull by the horns and do something quickly? Well, because, now this is my opinion and others share it, but, I think that the city manager of Daytona Beach, in collusion with a highly paid consultant, decided to extract as many dollars as possible out of this consulting contract, and it just drug on and on and on. At first, we had to do a homeless services gaps analysis, and it told us basically, voila, we have homeless people in Volusia County. And I think we already knew that. Then he come up with a recommendation that the best place to put a shelter was adjacent to the Stuart Marchman facility on Red John Road. Well, guess what? Michael E. Arth came up with that same recommendation in 2007. So what did the taxpayers of Daytona Beach pay $55,000 for? To tell us what we already knew. And then, I'll speed it up and say, we're here today and $185,000 later and not any closer to putting heads in beds. So I will summarize by saying, let's not go through another cycle of feather bedding and fiefdom protection and salaries and homeless czars and all this, all this studying and studying and studying. Enough is enough. Whatever influence that you have with these people, to just stop. It's just getting too complicated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Thomas Redmond.
My name is Thomas Redmond, and I live at 11610 Sarita Court. And I'll wait for, can you wait on the clock? I'm going to wait till Ms. Denny's is engaged.
I'm engaged, sir. Continue.
Thank you very much. I mean, this is my 28th trip for 2.5 to 3 minutes. Unfortunately, what happens is people try to address things in a civil manner, and they provide information. A lot of the things that are being discussed today are the same things I pointed out to each one of you 15 months ago. And it's really hilarious. I'm not trying to take credit because it's not my plan, it's what works. And so I sent all of you guys email after email of what works, and the leaders of our county have chosen to ignore that for 15 months. And their opinion was that we'll wait for Daytona to fail with this $4 million we offered because we know they won't get support, but that's irresponsible. And you don't watch the people die on the streets every day. You talk about don't pay attention to Mr. Redmond, but I've talked with over 7,000 homeless people. I am recognized throughout the nation as one of the most knowledgeable people on homelessness. And you take the advice of a pastor from Faith who says we need a big, huge homeless shelter. You hire an expert when I prove to you the expert is a fraud. And let me repeat that for the news back there. I've been saying for 15 months that Dr. Marbit's statistics and advice to you was fraudulent. I haven't been sued yet. As a matter of fact, I've offered $1,000 to anybody that can provide proof that the Volusia Safe Harbor model has worked for the homeless anywhere. I have 0 takers still. So here we are. We take the advice of a faith-based group, or you as leaders don't fetter out the information yourselves. And I have to tell you, I don't feel that it's your job to do the Continuum of Care's job. They are experts. I will happily provide you the cell phone number of the guy that's in charge of homelessness in Florida for the Florida governor. His name is Eric Braun. And he provided a report, and he does every year through the Commission on Homelessness for the state, and tells you how to solve this problem. I've been putting that in front of you for 15 months. 15 months. You, the leaders in Daytona, and you have ignored it. I've been promised phone calls by Mr. Davis, and I've been told by Miss Denny's we're waiting for them to fill. But I watch people die every day.
Excuse me, on the record, that is not an accurate statement. Please put that in the minutes. That is not an accurate statement.
I have the tape, Miss Denny's, but that's okay. The
Sir,
point
with all due
is,
respect, there was nothing recorded, and if there was, it was recorded without my knowledge, and I never said that. Produce the tape.
okay,
produce
I'll
the
happily
tape.
do that. Can
Produce-
I finish my last 15
Public
seconds,
record
please?
request, sir, please produce the tape.
No problem. I'll be happy to do that, Miss Denny's. It was at this meeting, not in your office, by the way. And I'll be happy to produce the tape for you. Now, can I have my last 15 seconds, Mr. Davis? I was interrupted. I apologize.
One moment. Just,
I'll wait.
just go ahead and hit it, and we'll just watch it go down.
I'm almost done, sir. I won't
Go
go over
ahead.
15. The point simply is, I'm begging you people now to stop talking about Safe Harbor, to use the Continuum of Care, who are the experts, and stop trying to reinvent the wheel. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Tom Ray. Hello, Tom. All right, sir. For the record, we have your name
Yep, my name is Tom Ray.
and your address.
I'm a Volusia County resident residing at 1900 North Atlantic Avenue in Daytona Beach.
Okay. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Yeah, I'm here today to represent the faith organization of 31 member congregations representing thousands of voters located throughout the county. Faith still supports the original Volusia Safe Harbor proposal that includes emergency shelter with up to 250 beds, master case management, mental health and health care, job training, in other words, a one-stop shelter to transition people suffering from homelessness to permanent housing. We understand that this comprehensive shelter is the missing piece in the continuum of care that we don't have, and that is why we need our local governments to fund it. Proper continuum of care necessitates doing a better job of getting grants for permanent housing. However, our local governments need to fund the missing shelter that will connect homeless people to those federally funded housing opportunities. The proposal by Chet Bell, Ray Salazar, and Randy Croy is not contradictory to Volusia Safe Harbor. In fact, they point out the urgent need for emergency shelter. Volusia Safe Harbor is the best chance this community has for coming together on emergency shelter. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. The geographic and political challenges this community faces makes perfection impossible. We understand that not every social service provider and every elected official will agree on every aspect. As the central player of our local governments, Volusia County Council should keep the offer of land and $4 million on the table to allow the city of Daytona Beach the necessary time to further local consensus with regards to funding and move forward to build this much-needed comprehensive shelter. Please remember who this generous gift is for. Not for Faith, not for Daytona Beach, for your homeless brothers and sisters living in the shadows of our county. Our action assembly is March the 14th. With your attendance, a further sign of your support to the community, we'd appreciate if you could be there. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Stacy Stepanovich? Am I even close? I'm really close? Kind of close?
At school, they just called me Miss.
Called you a mess?
My
Okay,
name's Stacy Stepanovich. I live at 3948 South Peninsula Drive in Port Orange.
you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. It's been a while since I've been before you, so it's always good to drive out to DeLand. I just wanted to have a quick side note that Faith is not just one pastor. It's 30,000 men and women in Volusia County, and our Labor Council, I'm president of the Volusia Flagler AFL-CIO. We represent 36,000 men and women in Volusia and Flagler counties, and we are a member of Faith. So it's not just one pastor, it's a lot of men and women in this area. The Volusia Flagler Central Labor Council supports Safe Harbor because it is the viable option that everyone has been looking for, that everyone's been talking about for the last few years. We know as a Labor Council that too many workers in this county are a tragedy away, an illness, or a missed paycheck from needing the services that would be provided at Safe Harbor. This has dragged on for too long, in our opinion, and people are suffering because of inaction. And I'm just here to implore you not to let the petty bickering between cities and county, between city manager and the county manager, get in the way of progress. We are way too close. You have an opportunity to really transform Volusia County. And I'd also like to reiterate the invitation to attend the Action Assembly. If you haven't been, you should. And I really hope to see all of your smiling faces at the Bethune Performing Arts Center on March 14th. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Ms. Lynn Cruz. Good morning.
Good morning, council members and chairman. I'm Lynn Cruz of 3023 South Atlantic Avenue, Daytona Beach Shores. I've been a longtime resident of Volusia County. Today is the deadline you gave Daytona Beach for coming up with the $8 million estimated cost of funding operating costs for Safe Harbor for 5 years, and this seems an unreasonable burden to put on one community, 16 in Volusia County. City councils are elected for only 1 year at a time, and it seems unreasonable to expect them to come up with a budget that would support this operation for 5 years. I've noted that the county's budget is only for 1 year. It's true that Daytona Beach took a leadership position by hiring recognized expert, Dr. Robert Marbut, to study the problem here in Volusia County and recommended a solution. Dr. Marbut's plan was dated November 9th, 2015, and it sets forth an entire business plan based on the 16 communities. Even on that chart, there appears the problem of the unincorporated parts of the community as non-contributors, and that those unincorporated areas certainly do have the problem. They have lots of camping and so on going on. The city of Daytona Beach has no authority over those other communities, and it's unfair to the county council to put the burden of the ongoing funding on one community or expecting them to get the cooperation of all those other communities. The county council is the body that has the funds and the power to add, for instance, a food and beverage tax until the state of Florida can be moved to do such a thing. It is given that many of our homeless migrate here to avoid freezing to death up north, and it seems a probable solution that we ought to expect that a tax that would tax the people who come here from the north to visit and use our facilities would help to support the people that come down from their areas. Volusia County budgeted $3,559,952 in 2014 and $4,220,342 for economic development. What good does it do to spend these millions to wine and dine corporations to move facilities here when these executives come to visit our communities and our unincorporated areas? They see the homeless problem. There's no hiding it. Who wants to build a Hard Rock Cafe or elaborate corporate headquarters in the midst of such blatant poverty? Isn't it your responsibility to the citizens of this county to provide, first of all, a safe and healthful environment? Most of our 16 communities bring their prisoners to the county jail. Many homeless are brought to the jail where they are maintained at county expense. According to statistics, housing at the jail is nearly 3 times as expensive as housing in Safe Harbor would be, which will function to help its residents out of their lack of housing and back into being functioning members of the community. If the county board is willing to look at its own expenditures and sources to fund Volusia Safe Harbor, why not consider using some of the ad valorem tax that you give to the counties of $4.8 million? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, is this a Y? Jennifer? Is that correct? Jennifer. Oh, it is Jennifer. Okay, it looks like a Y. Miss Jennifer. Okay, and before you begin, is there anybody else that wishes to speak on any issue for 3 minutes? Please fill out this form. They're located at the podiums. If not, after Ms. Mateo is done, we will be closing down for a couple of minutes to reset the chambers.
Right, thank you, good morning. And I just want to tell you this, as elected officials,
Ma'am, I need your name and your address for the record.
Jennifer Mateo, 1503 Pioneer Trail, New Smyrna Beach, 32168.
Okay.
Okay, so as elected officials, you have the responsibility to the citizens of Volusia County, and some of those citizens are homeless. The Volusia Safe Harbor Plan is the best way to go for our homeless neighbors. A Come As You Are shelter and resource center like Volusia Safe Harbor will provide people with a path out of homelessness like nothing else here in Volusia County. I strongly argue you to support Volusia Safe Harbor and to get this project started as soon as possible. And I also want to invite you to the Action Assembly on the 14th at 6:30. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Okay, seeing nobody moving that way, we will go ahead and we will take a short recess. We will reconvene here at the county chambers at 9 o'clock. We are in recess.
Mr. Chair,
Oh,
before we recess.
Before we recess, hold that. Yes.
Before we recess, I think it should be noted for those that are here to discuss the homeless issue, there will be a presentation this afternoon. I believe it's on the agenda after lunch, 2:30, 2:40 in that area, where there will be a very in-depth presentation of the county's current, what we do currently for the homeless initiative, and a discussion with some other presenters. So the story has not yet been told.
Nope, you are correct.
So, but I just want you to know that this council will be discussing this after lunch. If you're interested, I would suggest if you can't come back, at least listen online. I think you'll find the discussion very educating, let's put it that. And I think the presentation, the PowerPoint has been added to the website for our agenda with the PowerPoint that we will be looking at today. So just for your information, I think it'd be very helpful to listen to that and take a look at that presentation. I think you'll find a lot of good background information for your issue.
And the time certain on that for everybody listening is 2:40 this afternoon. Can be a little later, but at 2:40, no earlier than, we'll start that conversation. So, any other comments before we go to a short recess? Okay, we will be in recess. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today's date is March 3rd, 2016. The time is 9:12 a.m. This is a call to order for the Volusia County Council Chambers. At this time, if you have a cell phone, iPad, or any other noise-making device, could you please turn it on silent so we do not disturb? Yes. Thank you, Chief. I see that. Yeah. Thank you for turning that down. I see it, and everybody runs for it. All right. This morning's invocation, Pastor Doug Foley of DeBerry with the Bellevue Seventh-day Adventist Church. Where are you, sir? Hey, come on up here. You have the floor, sir. If the county... Okay. With that, if the council could please rise.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you at the beginning of this session, and we ask for your guidance. I pray that you will bless this council as they meet together here today. Give them wisdom. Give them discernment. Give them understanding. Fill them with courage as they face the needs and the challenges of this great county. I pray that you will help them to govern with honesty and integrity. May they always seek the ways of righteousness, justice, and mercy. And I pray that you will give them a heart to receive your wisdom and your grace. May all that is done here today be for your honor and glory. We pray in the precious name of your Son. Amen.
If everyone would please place the flag.
Yeah, we invite you to pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated, everyone.
I received that warmly.
Okay, thank you.
We need prayer. I love it.
Mr. Larry, how are you doing? I just slipped in. So
Called you young.
Want to trade me chairs?
Okay. We'll move on to the polling of the consent agenda items. For the record, county staff has polled item 14.
Mr. Chair, may we have a roll call, please?
I am so sorry. I jumped over the roll call. My fault. I'm so busy. Can I have a roll call?
Normally you ask me, I don't ask you.
Yeah, normally. Can I have a roll call?
Yes, sir. Mr. Patterson? Here. Mr. Wagner? Ms. Cusack? Mr. Daniels? Ms. Denny's? Mr. Lowry?
Here.
Mr. Davis?
Yeah.
All present.
Yeah, all present. Okay. Now I'll try that again. Pulling a consent agenda items. Staff has pulled items 14, 15, and 19. Is there anything else staff is polling before we go to the council? Mr. Denny? Is that it, those three items? Items 14, 15, and 19. Those are the items your staff is pulling for discussion. Okay. Something wrong with his microphone? Oh, okay. All right, very well. We'll go down there. Mr. Patterson, do you have a pulling a consent agenda item?
Nothing, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Wagner. Ms. Cusack. Mr. Daniels. Ms. Denny's. Mr. Lowry.
None.
Very well, and the chair pulls nothing. So items 14, 15, and 19 will be pulled for discussion. Do I hear a motion? Motion for approval from Ms. Denny's. Second by Mr. Patterson. Any further discussion, comment? All those in favor, please signify by aye. Aye. All those opposed. So carried. Okay, we'll move on to item 1. Mary Lou Michener, Librarian 2, is retiring from the county on February 25th, or has, after more than 26 years of dedicated service. Mr. Not Mr. Moats. You have the floor, ma'am.
Good morning. Donna Butler, Community Services Director. This is my first person that I get to present to you all for retirement. After 26 years, Mary Lou Mishler is going to retire, and Lucinda Coley, who's our Library Services Director, is going to share some thoughts about her with you.
Good morning, Lucinda Coley, Library Services Director. I'm very pleased and honored to be here today to present Mary Lou Mickler to you. Mary Lou and I both started with Library Services about the same time, more than 26 years ago. Prior to coming to work for Volusia County Library Services, Mary Lou spent 9 years working as an information specialist for General Electric. She and her family moved here to work for General Electric, I believe. Is that correct? Mary Lou came to the public library with extensive database development skills and other computer skills, which were very important to us because that was right at the time when we were just introducing public access computing and automating our circulation system. Mary Lou was hired as a reference librarian to work in the Deltona Library, and after a very short period of time, Mary Lou transferred to the Daytona Beach Regional Library and worked in the reference section for more than 15 years, serving the library needs of this very diverse library community. During Mary Lou's tenure in Daytona Beach, she actively supervised the large subscription service collection and the state and federal documents area. In 2005, Mary Lou transferred to the Ormond Beach Regional Library, where she has spent the past 10 years working as a reference librarian. She's been very active in marketing the collection through engaging in creative displays, and has been involved in planning programs for adult patrons. She's actively worked with our Agricultural Center to bring many master gardening programs to the Ormond Beach Library, and she started our seed lending library at that location. Throughout her career in Volusia County Public Libraries, Mary Lou has been known for giving her best to make sure library patrons receive the answer they need to their reference questions. Mary Lou is also very well read and has always been sought out for her reader's advisory skills. She is the consummate knowledge professional and has always set an example for the rest of the staff. Mary Lou has been an excellent public service employee, and her knowledge and her talents are going to be greatly missed in library services. Mary Lou is known for her ballroom dancing skills, along with her husband. And she plans to spend her retirement traveling and spending time with her family. She has 2 daughters and 2 granddaughters. So I present Mary Lou Mickler.
So much. It was just
Good
a
morning.
pleasure. to
That
work.
desk comes down if that's too high for you.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure working for Volusia County. I couldn't have done it without the fantastic support group I had and my supervisors, co-workers, and also from the Ag Center for the Master Gardeners and Family Consumer Services that let me spread my wings. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, ma'am. Don't go- Ms. Denny, oh, please don't go anywhere. We have comments from the council. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your service. The one thing that as I listen to this, you were geek before geek was cool years ago when we needed you. And your talents and your expertise are some things we just can't archive, to use your terms, if you will. But thank you for your service very seriously. Thank you. Enjoy your traveling and your dancing.
Mr. Daniels.
I just have one question for you. You're a ballroom dancer. Did you ever dance with Bob Davis?
I can't remember. I usually dance with my husband.
Oh, well, you'd remember if it was Bob. Yeah, you'd remember. I just wanted to know. I want to know if Bob can really dance or if that's just talk. I was just asking. Congratulations on your retirement. Thank you for your service.
Mr. Patterson.
Yeah, I just want to say, when I was in junior high school and high school, the library was my safest place for me. I wasn't the best student in the world, but I was the best one in the library. And I think all my writing skills that I have had all the years came from my being in the library and just reading constantly. I had a goal in junior high school to read every book in the library. I never accomplished it, but it was still something. But the librarians and people that worked there just really work well. And our library system here is
I can tell you one thing. What really touched me. I
come
can
up
tell
to
you
the
one thing
microphones,
that
please.
touched me. Like you said, the library. There was this gentleman who would come into the library every day, and I went up and asked him how he was doing. His wife had recently passed away, and he said to me, "This place is a godsend for me. It gets me out of the house every day." He says, "I'm so happy to be here," and it made me feel so good that we could offer that to the people.
It is. But thank you for your service and all of our library people who work in our library in Volusia County. Thank you.
Ms. Cusack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your commitment to the citizens of Volusia County, for serving as in the library, and for all that you have done to make life better for so many. Now I wish you well, that you will now begin to soar your wings and fly and dance the night away. Enjoy your retirement. Thank you so much.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, no further comment from anyone else. Ms. Mitchner, thank you very much for your service, and trust me, the library is very vital to our county, our students, to some of us guys that still know what a library is. I remember the Dewey Decimal System, and that still kind of, the new system still kind of got me confused. Who is this young lad that came in with you here today? Could you introduce him? But you have to do it at the microphone. You're always on the record here.
It's my soulmate, my husband, Fred Bickler, and we've been we'll be
It'll
celebrating.
be 50 years this year.
Oh, wow, there you go. Well, now you get to spend long times practicing and doing some more ballroom dance.
Those who dance together stay together.
I guess. I'm going to start dancing. All right. Well, unless there's any further comments, thank you very much for your service. You guys have a great time and enjoy. Enjoy. Okay.
Photo op?
Oh, we got to do the Photoshop. So we're going to take a short recess here. We'll be on recess for just a few moments while we do our pictures. Okay. Okay, we are back on the record. All right, there's been a few changes, in case that we haven't noticed here. Item 4 has replaced item number 2. So I got the red letter version. Item 2 has been moved to 10:15. And, okay, so item 2 and 4 have switched places here. So let's go on with, we're just going right straight down the line, and the time is... Good. All right. Item 4 is the purchase from Vincent contestable of property on State Road 44 for centralized service facilities and update discussion on the capital plan. John and Julie.
Mr. Chair, I think I'll
Mr.
start
Denny.
with the introduction. This is a follow-up to our May 21st meeting where we talked about the major capital improvements and how we were going to start walking through which ones we would do. And at that time, with the Sheriff's Evidence Building, the Public Works Facility, Elections Warehouse, City Island Courthouse improvements, Boardwalk Project, Medical Examiner Facility, Emergency Medical Service Facility, which is, we, be talking about a new EVAC building, Court and Central Services Warehouse, Sheriff's District 2 Service Office, and we also include the airport terminal renovations. What we did is, we had mentioned at that time we were going to start with the following. We really needed to do the A&E contract, which we awarded on the Sheriff's Evidence Building for $1.5 million. We figure the project's $13.5 million, and that'll help us design how big a facility and what the nature of that facility should look like and where it should be. The Public Works Facility project, this one's all non-general fund money. It's all transportation money. It's been saved over, they were saving probably 4 or 5 years before I got here, so it's about 15 years or so. And we've amassed about $19 million. We need to buy property, and then we also needed to look at what buildings we're going to put there. John will walk you through that. The other issue was the airport terminal, which, while it's separate funds for the airport, I've tried to keep you updated on that as you saw some of the changes we are making to the airport, which goes hand in hand with all the things we're doing with JetBlue and trying to change the whole nature of that airport. One of the things with Public Works is that deciding where we will put this facility, which is a campus, we all believe that we spent a lot of time, and John will talk to you about why we're picking the area we're picking. But if we buy property there, one of the reasons I've held off on the Elections Warehouse, the medical, the EVAC building to a certain degree, but also the medical examiner facility, is because that at least two of those projects, the medical examiner facility and the Elections Warehouse project, may be better located where this property that we're considering buying is in the center of the county for efficiency's sake. Public Works is probably the last serious issue I think we faced from an infrastructure issue in terms of problems that we have since I become manager. We've looked at, made changes, consolidated dispatch, beach safety. There's been a number of places where we needed to upgrade our facilities to be able to respond. Two of the ones that really stood out was the Sheriff's Evidence Building and Public Works. With that, John, would you like to step to the microphone and explain where we're buying the property and for what reason? Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, honorable council members, John and Julie, Public Works Director. As Mr. Deneen led into this short presentation here, this was presented in the May 2015 CIP mini budget. Public Works has been planning this consolidation for, and Mr. Deneen was right on, about 15 years. The department has been saving money diligently over that period of time to try to make this thing happen. This actual land purchase opportunity here, we were trying to do it prior to Miss Mary Ann Connors leaving, because this is one of her projects that she initiated when she was with us as a Public Works Director, and I've been a strong supporter of this project for many years. This has morphed a little bit. At one point, we were looking at consolidating our east side operations out at the landfill. At that point was an industrial complex that we were looking at, but it was Mr. Deneen's wisdom that pointed out that that facility is much more useful as a landfill. So, you know, we diverted our plans from that particular site and started focusing on other opportunities across the county. Now, what we have, as you can see, the multiple facilities that we'd like to consolidate. Our road and bridge barns are the ones that are most impacted. We have a facility at obviously here west of DeLand on State Road 44. We have a road and bridge one there and right in the middle of New Smyrna Beach, and certainly in the one in Holly Hill off Walker Street is right in the incorporated area of Holly Hill. What has happened through the years is that many of these facilities are so old that they were in unincorporated areas at the time, but as cities began expansion, an annexation, suddenly we found ourselves in the middle of a lot of municipal districts. Hence, some of the facilities are constrained from a traffic perspective as well to try to get out of some of these sites. We're also looking at consolidating our traffic engineering division. We have a little office there off of New Hampshire. The main facility, if you will, is there on Walker Street, and certainly mosquito control. That is a leased facility at the New Smyrna Beach Airport. That lease is coming due that we'll be looking at renewing here shortly once we were able to negotiate some terms with the airport, and they've been very helpful for us. So I'd like to point out that all of these sites, except the mosquito control site, are owned by Volusia County. So what will eventually happen as we vacate these parcels, they become open and available to put back on the market.
Yeah, to the council, one of the things that I have Rob Earhart looking at is whether these properties, whether we should sell the properties or whether we ought to use them for economic development directly. Some of them maybe lend themselves, actually to marketing as actual properties. You may want to remove the buildings. They may be good for building on. So we're going to take a look and come back with a recommendation on whether they're actually marketable properties that we can put in our inventory to try and help Team Volusia bring jobs in here, or for expansion and retention. If not, because we don't believe that in this case, if we do the public works facility, that we'll have need for these, they may also be sold and just help offset other costs that we'll have when we actually rebuild and build a new public works facility.
And I might add, we did do a right-of-way division did a market analysis on the property there at on State Road 44. The analysis based on prior sales in the area, and this is just the land value, was looked at about $2 million for that particular parcel. And that actually that parcel is also located next to hopefully the Sunrail Phase 2 North Station, part of the TOD, so that lends an industrial component to that area as well. On the east side of the tracks, there's more of a residential component that is being planned. Now, the structures that we're talking about vacating, many of these structures are about 60 years old. I've looked at the records, some of them in the 40s, so we got a couple in the 60s, a couple in the 70s. Our newest facilities happens to be courteous of May 2009 floods, where we had to buy modular units. So we have a couple of 2008 modular units sitting in our facility on Holly Hill. That site is a flood-prone site, as you can see some pictures there with the May 2009 floods. FEMA came through as an alternate project and helped us purchase the modular units. We have two of them sitting there, one for administrative offices and one for our sign shop. These facilities are in they're in degraded conditions. Many don't meet codes. When we go in and try to do any sort of repair, we have to be careful. We're going to have to trip codes and then bring these things up to codes, which will obviously raise the cost of repair. Three of the sites there located east of 95 we're in the flood storm surge area, obviously flood area, and wind impact is a concern. These are your facilities that your first responders are having to house in. So providing a safer environment for those first responders, the road and bridge crews, the traffic engineering folks that are out there pushing and clearing the roads to open up the critical traffic lanes, as well as ensuring traffic is flowing properly and our evacuation routes are communicated to the public properly. So
when John says first responders, I think this gets lost sometimes in translation. These people are actually the first responders. Without being able to open up the roads, especially in a storm, hurricane, even in fires, with our ability to open up the roads, you can't get everybody else out there. So this is absolutely crucial that we're able to respond quickly. The other thing with these facilities is the cost of the equipment now, because the equipment's become very sophisticated. A lot of the equipment we use actually has robotics connected to the equipment, that we need to make sure we have a facility that protects our equipment better so that we get the maximum use out of it. Some of these pieces of equipment cost almost as much as the building.
And when we started to refocus our efforts on a location for the Public Works Consolidated Facility. We were looking at a centralized location, something that was hopefully close to some major roads that give us a quick route heading east-west or north-south. So we focused on a centralized location. The facility itself, as we move equipment in there, move our road and bridge and our other functions, we'll end up having to bring in a little bit of some fleet maintenance activities. We already have a little bit of that occurring at our facilities now, so we'll have a shop there to accommodate some on-site repairs of our facilities. It certainly won't be a total facility like you have out at Indian Lake, but it'll give us it'll give Mr. Baker's group an opportunity to come out on site and do some repairs similar to what he's doing right now at our facilities. There will be a fueling station there as well. We'll be closing down 2 fuel depots, so we'll have an opportunity to bring another fuel depot to that location. Again, predominant service would be offered to the Public Works area initially, but as that site continues to grow and if augmented by other facilities, it will provide opportunities for other county equipment and fleet vehicles to be fueled there.
Another changing reason in the society we live that will encourage us to do this more in a campus style, aside from the efficiencies I think you achieve, is that we need, and the sheriff and I have talked about this, the ability to make sure that we can secure our major public facilities, especially those that house our first responders and the people that need to respond in emergency. We're looking at plans on how we would do Indian Lake. We've already been looking at how we would handle that in terms of being able to secure it better if we have to, with people, with security. And now we're also looking at, rather than scattered sites, one that we could also efficiently monitor and protect with security if we need to.
So Public Works itself needs approximately 50 acres, so that was our beginning realm, if you will, in terms of the space we needed. We're also concerned about having some buffer zones around adjacent property owners, so we were looking for large parcels of land. Again, with major roadways, state roads are always a 4-lane road like State Road 44 sticks out as a primary artery as you head east-west. You had some other major roads. You had proximity to I-4, proximity to I-95 if we needed to move north-south, and then certainly an alternative route more in the center of the county, something like a State Road 415 or County Road 415 is another avenue that's west of 95 that will allow us easy access to go north and south as well. So we focus our efforts in that vicinity. What we've identified as a large parcel, certainly larger. I actually identified a smaller parcel that was adjacent to the New Smyrna Beach Speedway. This is just to orient yourself. You got the Speedway there in the lower right-hand corner, if you will. State Road 44 and 415 intersect. So those are 2 major roadways. The red parcel is the one that we're looking at, but directly across the street to the south of the Speedway, there was another parcel in there that was for sale a few years ago that has since went off the market. It's a smaller parcel. It would have been a tight fit, and there were some other issues associated with that just wouldn't have been probably ideal for our type of facility. When the land that's currently outlined in red became open, it certainly has a large 219-acre parcel. It'll house the road and bridge facility and the other mosquito control, as well as traffic engineering very well, as well as an opportunity to store equipment and supplies. What it also offers is the ability, as Mr. Dean says, is to look at some other opportunities to house county facilities, create a campus style, probably not to the density that we have at Indian Lake right now, but Indian Lake is certainly a crowded facility. There's a lot of demand out there. I think a lot of the people that own facilities out there are starting to get constrained and feeling a tight facility as they continue to grow. So this has an opportunity to offer that opportunity. It's 7 miles from I-95, 11 miles to I-4, and then 415 is just around the corner. Now, you can see we have a little nook that's directly across from, and I can't see the name of that street, but 44 in that area has a median cut already. It has turn lanes already, so there's an advantage in in that location and intersecting 44. There's a lot of the improvements that a developer would typically have to consider when they site a facility are already there as a part of the Highway 44. Now, back road, you got Kersey Road to the north side that gives us a second ingress egress point. Of it wouldn't be a primary, it'd be a secondary. I can see the potential maybe of some pickup trucks and things of that nature going down, but all of our heavy vehicles that disperse out of that facility and arrive in the afternoon will be using the 44 route. Just a close-up of the parcel. As I stated, 219 acres, a couple of DOT ponds that are not a part of the of this particular equation. But as we look at, from a utilities perspective, there are no utilities that extend this far east from New Smyrna Beach, west from New Smyrna Beach or east from DeLand. This would be a package plant built by the county, ran by the county. It would have a water treatment facility as well. The ponds, and I'm sure there would be a pond associated with the facility that we plan on building, and that will provide our fire protection. That's another aspect that we had to consider as we were looking to site these things. It has plenty of opportunity for growth as well. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
What you have before you today is the opportunity to purchase the land. We asked Jamie from Dan's office to do the best job she could to try and get us the best price on the land, and that's what's before you today. I believe you have the appraisal sitting in front of you, and I know Jamie's talked to each one of you.
Okay, is that the end of the staff report?
Yes.
Very well, Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I make my comments, can you put this up, please? There's just some notes that I added after this was given to us this morning, Council. For the record, I'm not challenging the location. I think for what the county wants to do, this is a great location. Here's my concern. First of all, it's a conversation that I've had with staff, so there's no gotcha moments here, just so you know. First I saw this was when I received the agenda package when it was public. And I have to tell you, this is in my district. It's in my district. Never had any conversations. Yes, we talked about the concept of doing this project in May. There was no locations or location identified at that stage, nor were we looking at budget items and where we were with that. So as I looked at the agenda item, and all that was attached was the contract, no appraisals, nothing else, just a contract. My red flags went up and I said, I want to see what the appraisals are. Something's not right. Because when we buy purchases, and it's my understanding too, that council's always set a precedent that we have, 2 or 3 appraisals when we look at land to purchase land. We do that with off-beach parking and everything else. And we have an appraisal matrix that's always attached. No appraisals were attached. No appraisal matrix was attached. There was no supporting documents other than a contract. For me, in my district, and as a council member, asking to spend $2.5 million of taxpayer dollars, that's not acceptable. It's just not acceptable. So when I came in Tuesday, I met with Ms. Seaman, and I asked her for copies of the appraisals and the information that she had, and she gave, and we met for probably half hour, 45 minutes in my office. And I took a look at this. And I said, now I know why you didn't attach it, why it wasn't sent out. This was not a matter for public record prior to us walking in here. I asked for it to be emailed to council for your review on Tuesday. I asked Ms. Seaman to do it. When I met with staff, and there was, including me and the manager, 3 other staffers in that meeting, I asked again, please get this out to council, and please attach an appraisal matrix. Because to ask us to commit to $2.5 million in a project and not have the supporting documents just is not good process. It's not. So this morning, on the way in, I waited for it to happen. It did not. I made several calls on the way in this morning, council members, and asked why we didn't have it. It didn't fall through the crack once. It fell through the crack 5 times. That's not acceptable. It's just not acceptable. And here's why I'm going to make a motion to deny this contract. This parcel, and I'm voting to deny the contract, not the location. We go back and negotiate. This property's been on the market for quite a while. Yes, it's a good location, but also it's with the location. You've got the Speedway, our good friends, the New Smyrna Beach Speedway next to it, which has got a lot of good noise, a lot of static. You're not going to get a whole lot of takers to build too much next to a property like the New Smyrna Beach Speedway. You're just not going to do it, other than a government entity like us that will pay cash. So when I started looking at the appraisal, here's the deal. It appraised out, the first one from Hamilton, using their comps, they recommended $5,000 an acre, was actually $4,400 or $4,600 an acre. They rounded it up here, but it was actually $4,600. That's 154% over the appraised value, our $2.5 million. If you go down to Pomeroy appraisal, we're 63% over the appraised value. And then one of the other things that makes it absolutely the contract to be voided and renegotiated, not to throw away, but renegotiate, 33% of the land is wetlands. So we're going to pay 154% of the appraised value, and 33% of the land is wetlands. I can't justify that. With taxpayer dollars. And this one appraisal they used, the Comp 3 in Pomeroy, that's from Lake County. I don't think we're in competition with Lake County, with all due respect. And if you read the appraisals, it actually, which is why I wanted you to have it, if you read the appraisals, it flat out says, and even some of the comps here, when they make the adjustments for location and physical characteristics on this, if you read this, it pretty much explains why this per acre amount came in where it did. So I'm not challenging the location, council. I'm challenging the price that we're asking Volusia County. And not only we're asking the taxpayers to pay $2.5 million, 154% over appraised value, which 1/3 of it is wetlands, which if we take that 1/3 of wetlands out and brought it even down to the price that they want, we're paying $11,146 an acre. You take out that wetlands, maybe we're back down at the right price. And I've heard, well, the owner has a mortgage on it. Well, that's not my responsibility. It's not our responsibility what his mortgage is. Our responsibility is to the taxpayers. Plus, we take this off the tax rolls on top of it, $2.5 million. So, with that, council members, it's in my district. I'm not comfortable. I think we have done a disservice to the transparency on this whole issue. I'm not happy with the position council's in. We weren't given all the information that was asked multiple times. Because of that, I'm making a motion to deny the contract. Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor for denial of contract from Ms. Denny's and a second by Mr. Lowry. Ms. Denny's, you still have the floor.
Mr. Davis, at this stage, I'll listen to my colleagues. Thank you.
Mr. Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, that is sort of troubling. When I looked at it, I really didn't think there was any big deal when I saw the agenda item. It was purchased a property with a purchase price in it. I did not know that the appraisals were out there showing that the value of the property was a lot lower. It's one of those things, and neither, since it wasn't in the agenda package, the public doesn't know either. They don't know what we're doing. They don't know that we are paying this far over appraisal for a piece of property for county services. And that really should be disclosed. Everything should be disclosed up front. It should be disclosed to the public, should be disclosed to the county council members. And the other thing that was a bit of a revelation this morning is the percentage of the property that is wet and is not useful for our purposes. I was wondering about that when I was looking at the map, because it really did look like there was a considerable amount of wetlands there. I guess my issue goes mainly to the process. I know that sometimes we do have to pay over appraisal. You show up with your county blazer on and everybody sees dollar signs. I understand that. But it is significantly above the appraisals in Volusia County, and it is a good bit of it's wet, and we really didn't do a good job of disclosing the facts ahead of time. I'd like to ask Ms. Seaman, what do you think that it's possible to get a better price on this property?
The original property that we appraised was a different configuration than what you're seeing before you. We had to work with the property owner to configure it in that format in order to get it to this price. I do not think that it is likely that the property owner will come down much more, because he does have a mortgage that is almost at the purchase price that he has to pay off. So with closing costs and all the other obligations at closing, I think it's not very likely that he'll come down below this.
Are there any other pieces of property similarly located that would do for our purposes that would go for less money?
I think you need to ask Public Works that question. Whether it will go for less money is a different issue. But other pieces of property, I think you need to ask Public Works that question. That's not my area.
John and Julie, Public Works Director. Kirkland Farms, Sod Farms, I think it's a little bit further west of that site.
Yeah, you got to speak in. Bring that table up or something there.
Sod Farms.
There we go.
There you go. Is up for sale as well. It's a little bit west of the current location. It's a large parcel. I have no idea what it's being sold for, but I think some of the same concerns may be associated with that from a standpoint of how much of it is wet versus dry and buildable. The target, as we had explained, was trying to get to some major roads. There are a scattering of parcels out there that could house a road and bridge facility, but unfortunately those parcels had neighbors immediately adjacent to it, which was not a desirable situation to be in for us or for the neighbors, as well as access to some roadways. When you're dumping off on narrow roadways, perhaps like Pioneer Trail, that we felt was a hindrance if we're having to drive to a four-way stop there at Cabbage Patch and at 415. That's a busy intersection at times, and trying to get large vehicles through there is not a good situation. So as we scouted properties, we were looking for travel routes. We were looking for available, ingress, egress without a whole lot of competition with cars, and provided, again, a north-south, east-west travel route. So it kind of pushed us certainly in a central location. There's other state roads as we go further north in the county, but that gets us further away from some of our service areas. So this had an ideal, again, centralized location, and as Ms. Denny's recognizes, it's a nice location for a number of reasons, and we certainly would like to have the price down, no doubt about that. we're hoping that as well with the properties that we're vacating and will be put back on the market, that those facilities will help defray some of that cost and come back to the county as a reimbursement.
Thank you, John. Couple things. First of all, I'm sorry that the appraisals didn't make it out into the packet. That was not done deliberately. It was an oversight. Honestly, we asked Ms. Seaman to do the best job she could. I believe she did what she believed was the best job. We don't have restrictions in terms of being on appraisal. We do with Echo and Forever. If that's the belief of the council, then and will be easier for us then, if you'd prefer that we stay within the appraisal, then we'll know what latitude we have. The other issue here, I believe, for the public is that the real cost is the buildings and that we're going to put on it, because you're looking at a site now for the next 100 years. You want to make sure that it's in the right place in the county, because the cost in the long run is how efficient you can get to and from the site. So what we can do at this point, if the council desires, is that we can delay this purchase. Ms. Seaman can find out whether these people want to sell it at the appraisal that we have. There's 2 appraisals. And if not, then what we can do is we'll continue to look. The one issue that we want to make sure is that we bought a big enough location that will serve the public in the next 100 years. And we also wanted one that we would try to stay somewhat buffered from the residents around us. Because obviously, with this type of activity, we're a good neighbor, but you have a lot of trucks going in and out, a lot of backup alarms, and you want an area where you can grow into the future. I mean, this to me is it's like we did at Indian Lakes. This is something that's not short term. I mean, this is every bit of 100 years. So with that, if we can get some direction from the council, be glad to take it back, see if we can do better on the price. And if you'd like us to stay within what the appraisals are, then we'll try to negotiate to that. And if any other property comes up, we'll look and see what the appraisal is, and we'll have a feel for what the council wants to do.
Just to finish up, I don't think we need to stay within appraisal, certainly. I have there's no magic there, particularly in a rising real estate market. Appraisals are historical and, prices go up. I understand. And my issue, I guess, goes to, the disclosure. Without full disclosure, it is hard for a council member to say he's done his job, that he has looked at everything, considered everything, and decided that this is the way we ought to go. To me, that is truly the issue. More than the specific piece of property, more than the fact that we're paying over appraisal. The question is whether or not we're paying too much. I don't really know. I mean, I haven't been out there and looked. I haven't read through the appraisals. I don't know what comps they use, but I'd be interested in hearing what everybody else has to say. Thank you.
Mr. Wagner.
Do we know the numbers of what's the cost of not doing it? And are there any evaluations done where we can show that the location makes sense to spend a little more than what the appraisals are? Sorry.
I think the better thing at this point in time, especially because, like I mentioned, that this material did not get out there, I can fix that. I'm withdrawing. I would like to withdraw the thing from the calendar. And what we'll do is we'll try to make sure that people get the information. I do have some concern, though, that if we look at other properties, I understand if people want to pay within appraisal, but when we say that we have some flexibility beyond that, I think that's very difficult when you're the negotiator if you don't know how much further you can go. And so we probably need a larger discussion about that on how you want to buy property. So we don't have this issue with Echo Forever. You have to stay within the appraisal. So we don't have this issue. So we may want to have a little larger discussion on that. Obviously we thought this was the best property. We don't like paying higher than appraisal. Be glad to take it off the calendar and we can discuss it at another time. It's not an emergency.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
I have a motion on the floor for disapproval, and I'm just going to suggest or ask if they would be willing to remove their motion in the second, so we could have the county.
Well, I'll make the motion to withdraw it because motion now belongs to the body
Okay.
as a whole. It's not up to the, so if it gets a second, then we'll make vote. Okay.
Okay. So we have a second for withdrawal. Okay, do I have to vote on the first one?
You vote on this motion. To
This
withdraw.
motion first, okay? Motion on the floor, unless, Ms. Denny's, you're on the list. Do you want to wait till after the vote, or would you be satisfied with this?
I'd like to comment first, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
For discussion purposes, council, I think it's important what Mr. Daniels asked, what Mr. Councilman Wagner asked, because it's what I asked with staff. What was Plan B? There's no Plan B. So if we have a seller that knows we're coming in, a government agency's coming in with cash, there's not much negotiation gonna happen. It's just not. We're the bank. Who wouldn't take this? And the other thing that needs to be noted, if you could put that map back up there, what we're giving away in this is the 44 access. He's actually going to own the parcels that line 44. So in negotiating, see that 44? We're going to own a little bit in, and I understand why to go in the buffers. I get all that, the location. But please understand, in this negotiation, we've given away the prime 44 access. We've let him keep those parcels. A third of it is wetlands. And we're 154% over. And I agree, I'm not wed to the appraisal value. I'm not. But if I was going to go back and negotiate with a seller, I'd say you take the 33% of wetlands out, then I would probably even consider $11,000 an acre. But it'll still be a third of what we're going to pay in the $2.5 million. So council, and I agree to withdrawing it and having more discussion on this, but that's what I'm going to look for, and I'm going to look for the documents on every issue from here on out. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Ms. Cusack, I'm up here first, and then I'll come to you. You still wish to comment on this matter? Okay, very well. When I got the call from Ms. Seaman, and whenever I get a call from Ms. Seaman about these deals, I always say, how sharp is the pencil? We did have that conversation. She told me what we were doing, and I said, well, what's the appraised value? And I asked pretty much the same questions you asked. And I was like, okay, well, bring it up. Let's see what goes on the council. So I'm glad you brought it up. I'm glad we're having this discussion. And I will turn it over to Ms. Cusack. Oh, Mr. Eckert, do you have comment on the
Well, I did have, but I think Mr. Patterson's
motion
overtakes my comment.
Okay. Ms. Cusack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that what we have to do is be upfront and open with the dialogue and the discussion about any major decision that we're making, and we have to rely on staff to provide that. And I think that they do provide us with. In this instance, I think maybe was not far enough. But I don't want to sit here and say that I want to tie the hands of our staff as it relates to negotiating deals with property. I believe that we have to go back, open up the books, and make a decision. If it's above the appraised value, that might be, I don't see a problem with that. Most times people will not sell for what the appraised value is. So we don't want to tie staff hands to the appraised value. But I just think more dialogue and a little more discussion would be in order. I think the staff has looked at many aspects, and sometimes we say that if it's not documented, it didn't happen. Well, a lot of things sometimes happen that we sometimes don't always get all of the fine print out there before us. So because we didn't, in this case, as has been alleged, then I believe that we ought to withdraw and come back with the more evidence support that we need to make sure. We need to do this, but is this the best place where we need to be? Is this the best price that we can get? All of the things that are necessary to make an informed decision, maybe was not there. So I did second the motion to withdraw that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, and Mr. Deneen?
Just a final comment. We'd be glad to remove it. Bottom line, though, is I think Ms. Seaman did what she thought was the best job she could. She's bought a lot of property for us. She does an excellent job. I don't know anybody better. She thought she got the best deal. I will tell you, the one thing the council's going to have to discuss, I have no way of instructing people that work for me to negotiate a price unless we have some idea of what that parameter is. Because you can always, look at what somebody did and then decide that's not far enough. I understand that. But I don't that person doesn't know how far they can go. You put them at a disadvantage. So I think we need to have a discussion of what's acceptable if it's not at appraisal, what's some type of range or whatever. Because like in this case, Ms. Siemens negotiated a lot of property for us, and I trust her, and she felt this was the best price she could get. Once again, I think we apologize that the appraisals didn't make it out into the material, but there was nothing deceitful about that. It was just an honest mistake. I'll be glad to pull it back, and we'll go from there. But I'm going to need some guidance from the council on what they believe the parameters should be, so we can negotiate and feel comfortable.
Okay. Final comment, Ms. Denise?
Mr. Manager, I totally agree with you. I think it's time you spoke to the council on where we're going to go with this, and I think that's kind of where we are right now and why it's being withdrawn, very honestly. I'm not wed to the appraisal value. I'm not. But I just think the council has to be more engaged in where we're going before we commit to dollars like this above appraisal value and looking at the extreme circumstances possibly within a contract such as this. Because I still think the location is good. If anything else, if we play good cop, bad cop, the message is we like the location, but the contract value is just, the contract price is just way too high. I think if that's the takeaway from this, Mr. Manager, and Ms. Seaman, thank you. I know you do negotiate well on behalf of Volusia County. I know you do. That's not in question. So with that, if anything, hopefully we've strengthened your ability to go back and negotiate for Volusia taxpayers. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, with that, I will call the question, which is to remove this item from the agenda and place it. How would you like to word this, Mr. Patterson?
No, my motion was to withdraw her motion.
Oh, withdraw her motion.
Yes, withdraw her motion.
Okay.
And then you'll have to have a motion to withdraw it from the.
Okay, you just said withdraw. Very well. Motion is to withdraw the motion. And the second, all those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Very well. Now I will need a motion to withdraw item 2 from the agenda. Correct?
Mr.
That's what you
Chair,
said.
I'm recognized for a motion.
Please.
To withdraw item 2 from the agenda regarding the Vincent Constable property on State Road 44.
Okay. The motion is to withdraw item purchase for Vincent Contestable property on State Road 44 from the agenda, second by Mr. Lowry. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by aye. And all those opposed. So carried.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make another motion.
Okay, motion awaits.
To basically motion to encourage or staff to negotiate a contract on this property. It seems like everybody thinks that this is a good location. I'd like to, make sure that we are negotiating on this property with the property owner.
Okay, there's a motion to direct staff to continue to negotiate this property on State Road 440 or State Road 44 and Highway 415. Motion made by Mr. Patterson, second by Mr. Wagner. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? and so carried and directed. I don't know, maybe we need to bring forth somewhere, how far can she go, or what does staff need to do?
I
think that's what Mr. Deneen said earlier, was he needs some sort of direction where we need to be. Let's give him a percentage. Okay, if you have, a property, go 25%, 35%, 45%, whatever, over the appraised value, or however you guys want to do
Mr.
it.
Chair,
Sir.
since Miss Denny's district, you could essentially commit to a committee of one to meet with staff to work on this and bring it back to the council.
Mr. Eckert, you very rarely interrupt, but apparently this was an important thing.
I think that would be, you'd be delegating authority to committee of one, and you'd be creating a sunshine committee. And I would not encourage that in this circumstance.
Thank you, Mr. Eckert.
Mr. Chair, with respect.
Is that because you don't
I'll
want
deal
to
with
do-
you later, Patterson.
Oh, come on.
I just,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may, with
You're next.
regard to the, your process comments, the council's process comments are taken to heart, and I think the appraisals were not submitted because they were apples to oranges, and you have negotiated for a parcel that was not actually the subject of the appraisal. The wetlands are going to, I think the assumption on parcels these large is that there's going to be a certain percentage of wetlands. I think probably the appraisals upon your review will justify that. It's going to be somewhat a question of judgment, and with respect, I don't know that you're going to be able to set a hard and fast circumstance. Ms. Seaman is artful about this. She went through a long time turning down offers, and she'll certainly do her best, and with the manager's oversight, to try to get the best price for you. But eventually, process questions aside, with regard to Mr. Patterson's motion, you're going to have to make a decision whether or not it's justified in this circumstance, or move on to other parcels. I guess what I'm saying is, ultimately, it's going to be your judgment as the council, and it's hard for these kinds of circumstances to set a hard and fast rule. So that's the decision you're going to have to make. We owe it to you to allow you to have as much information as you can, so you can defend your judgment. And with regard to not getting the matrix, I think I share in that blame, but the same staff that was involved in this is also involved in your Hearst discussion later this morning, and so I should have seen to it that happened, not the staff that was involved. So, but I just don't know that you're going to be able to set for these kinds of parcels. It is going to be a question of judgment versus the long-term savings and efficiencies that are achieved. There may be other parcels, there was a discussion this morning of the Kirkland land parcel, so we'll look again. But it's at the end, it's going to be a judgment by you as the 7 elected officials.
Let me add while we're here on the record.
Okay. Yeah, Ms. Kuzak needs a. Ms. Kuzak, you've been very patient. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with what our Attorney Eckert is saying, and I think that we need to leave it there. We don't want to tie Mrs. Seaman's hands. We just want it to be the best deal that we can get. And I trust your judgment and what you say. And I just want us to make sure that the taxpayers understand all facets of this agreement and where we are. That's all I think that we need to do. I don't think that we ought to micromanage it, because the final say-so is ours. However, I think that you should have the flexibility and the authority to negotiate in behalf of this council on land deals. And you've done that in a very powerful way, and I certainly applaud and hope that we will continue to have that kind of flexibility and respect for her and what she is doing for the good of this county. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to tie a number on that.
Very well. Mr. Daniels?
I agree with Ms. Cusack and with what Mr. Eckert said, that if we were to say appraisals plus 20%, then that is what we're going to pay for everything. Yeah, that'd be crazy, absolutely crazy. So what we need to do is, these are all questions of judgment, that you have to look at a variety of factors to determine whether or not an appraisal is, whether or not you're going to pay appraised value. It has to do with your alternatives. It has to do with the configuration of the property. It has to do with whether prices are rising or falling. It has to do with a number of factors, and we cannot put people in a straitjacket right now. Mr. Eckert's comments were absolutely right, that it is a question of judgment. It's a question of judgment for the citizens of Volusia County to weigh in on. It's a question of judgment for the county council ultimately. But for us to exercise our judgment, for the citizens to exercise their judgment, they need the appraisals, we need the appraisals. And not just this. This doesn't do you any good. I've reviewed many appraisals in my career, and this does nothing for me. You have to look at what the comparables were and to really understand and look beneath all of that to determine the value of the appraisal and the applicability to your piece of property. It's just, to me, it's just kind of a matter of transparency. Thank you.
Mr. Patterson?
The reason I was looking at it, I just thought that Ms. Denny's would probably be, you could come to some kind of an agreement that she could bring back to the council. This thing could go on, and taking Ms. Seaman's comment about that the mortgage on it was about this price, I don't know how you're going to be able to negotiate unless the seller is willing to take a huge loss on it if you went with that. So that's just, I don't know how you're going to come to an agreement unless you have some type of somebody working with Ms. Siemens, or we come up and say, like Mr. Daniels said, price plus 20% or 30% or whatever. Of course, when you set something like that, you kind of know where you're headed to begin with.
All right, Mr. Lowry.
Thank you, sir. When direction for the staff, to me, if we're going to not look at other parcels, I mean, we're kind of wasting our time to go back, because if I'm the owner, I'm going to say, well, they're not looking at anybody else, so I'll just stay right where I'm at. So I think I don't know how my colleagues feel, but my direction would be to look at some other spots. It may not be the ideal thing, but maybe it's $1 million less. You can buy a lot of gas for $1 million. So, I mean, just to know that we're looking at other places was my thinking. It might help in the negotiation. But if we're just going to go back on this one, I'm the owner, I'm saying, well, they're not looking at anything else, so I'll stay right where I'm at. So for my colleagues, I'd like to hear from them on that. I think we'd like to give direction that they look at other possibilities as well.
All right, Mr. Deneen.
That was Miss Denny said, what was Plan B? That's Plan B. We're going to look at other property. So we'll look at other property. I want to make sure that's on the record so everybody knows, so the property owner here knows. We'll look. That's all we can do. Once again, I think that, Jamie did what she thought was right, and I followed what she told me because I think she knows what she's talking about.
Very well. Ms. Denny's?
Just final comments, Mr. Chair. I agree. I don't think we should set a number on how to negotiate with the appraisals. You're right, Mr. Daniels. And if we say 15, 20%, that's exactly what they're all going to come in at. So that's not our position to micromanage that. I think it is the process, and it is taking a look at the unique circumstances in each parcel. So, and to Mr. Patterson's comment about the mortgage, well, that's not our concern with the Volusia County taxpayers. I mean, it's not our job to make him whole. Our responsibility is to the citizens. So if he wants, and this has been on the market, as I understand, for quite a while. But with that being said, I think we're all in agreement. We don't want to micromanage, certainly, and we appreciate what you do, Ms. Seaman. You know that. We've had this conversation. So thank you. Final comments. Thank you.
And Mr. Patterson? You were trying to push the button off.
Trying to
But
do
you're gonna talk anyways, because I gave you the mic.
No, I think we've beaten that dog.
Okay. Very well, then I'm gonna go for, I guess there's no motion on the floor, is there? No, there's no motion. Ms. Stevens, and I will echo finally the same thing. We're all, you do a good job. And I kind of saw you over there. You were kind of like going, whoa. Nobody up here that I have heard is saying anything different. And so, no, you're doing a great job, and keep up the good work. With that, I guess, since that item is now off the agenda, we'll move on to item number 5 and open up a public order of business. Am I correct?
I believe we go to item 3 now.
Well, I'm looking right here. My item, this sheet is really a mess here.
I think he took part of item 3 before the meeting.
Oh. Let me tell you what, I've got black marks on this thing. Yeah, really. I've got black scratches through things and red scratches. I mean, I got papers. 4's over on 3 and 2 is somewhere else here. All right.
Sorry.
Yeah, because we're taking order 1, 4, 3, 2. You see how this is kind of, whoever made this was maybe playing with item 3 before we got there. All right, well, we're still going to open up an order of business, public hearing on ordinance 2016-0. Get the number right. 06, making misdemeanor possession of cannabis or drug paraphernalia a violation of county code. Mr. Eckert, you have the floor, sir.
Actually, I'm going to take this one.
Ms. Seaman, you can have the floor
At a
instead.
previous council meeting, the council voted to provide for a violation of a county code for misdemeanor possession of violation of marijuana and for drug paraphernalia. What we've done is we've provided you with an ordinance that in the unincorporated area and on the beach, our law enforcement officers will have the option of issuing a notice to appear, similar to our code violations that we currently have on the beach, where we issue a $50 citation for alcohol on the beach or $50 for dogs. So you have the ordinance before you. You also have a fee schedule in order to set the amount of $100 for this misdemeanor, this violation of the county code. You will need to update our resolution and provide it to the chief judge, and he will issue it through an administrative order to the clerk of the court, so that when the law enforcement officers issue the notice to appear, the person will know what their fine will be and can pay it at the clerk. This does not take away the law enforcement officer's discretion to go ahead and charge under state law. It does not decriminalize marijuana. It does not violate federal law. It simply lets you exercise as you're permitted under state statute to provide for a county code violation of a misdemeanor. And so we would ask you to consider the ordinance and decide whether or not you want to pass it today.
Thank you very much. Is there any other staff report on this matter? Okay, seeing none, we will close staff reporting section. We will go to the public participation section. Is there anybody who wishes to speak on this item? I have one slip here. Okay, Mr. Pastor Mike Pastore. Now, for the record, you did speak this morning, but you spoke on a different issue.
Yes, I did.
So-
And I didn't know that I was going to speak on this, but as I was thinking there, we can go ahead and start my time. Pastor Mike Pastore, 400 Fremont, Daytona Beach. I'm not going to address the economic savings of this issue. I'm going to urge you to pass the ordinance based on a humanitarian ground, and because I'll just speak quickly from personal experience. In 1967, when I was 17 years old, I was arrested for possession of marijuana, less than 20 grams. It was much less than 20 grams. And it set my life on a course that I could not reverse. Okay. Fortunately, I was able to attend trade school and get a good, good training and get a good job. That's not always the case. I have 3 beautiful daughters, age 31, 26, and 24. And during their partying days as a father, raising 3 girls, I always wondered if I was going to get that phone call. And I urge you, to not change the course of someone's life with a criminal sanction, for such a petty misdemeanor. Okay, I'm not going to get into, some of the law enforcement are for or against. Some of them are. Some of them are against. I just tell you that times have changed. Times have changed. Some people say it's a gateway drug. I disagree. I think alcohol is the biggest gateway drug we have. So this is time has come for this to put it in context and not change the course of somebody's life by giving them a criminal record. I also see my friends at Halifax Urban Ministries. I'm regularly involved with the Save Docket. We see that people sometimes can't turn around from events in their lives that are out of their control. So, even with homeless prevention or the working poor, or something like this, a criminal arrest that's very expensive to defend against. Okay, can be that event. Okay, that's going to push them into homelessness. So it's a twofold thing. It's a human cost, and it's just the right thing to do. And I urge you to change the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this matter? Okay, nobody else. We will close the public participation and close the public hearing and open up the county council discussion. And Mr. Wagner, seeing as how you brought this forth in the first place, you have the floor, sir. And you're smiling like you've. Yeah, I was going to say you're smiling wide, like all right.
I've offered to do a drug test this entire time, so
We will be taking that up after chamber. No.
well, as long as it's only $100 fine, I guess it'll be different. I guess the reality is, I appreciate staff. I appreciate our legal counsel putting this together. This is a smart way on how they did the ordinance. I really did think that it made a lot of sense how you did it. The framework's already there. It's not costing us anymore. There's a lot of examples to use. Pastor Mike gave a bunch of good ones as well. But even a situation with a professional that has professional license, like me as a lawyer, if I was to get arrested for possession of a marijuana joint, I would have to report myself to the bar. I would have to go through a whole set of issues that would just rise to a level that's just beyond belief, that my whole law practice would be in jeopardy because of something like that. Besides the fact of being a kid, if you had this happen and you go to apply to law school, going through that in your application process. At UF, they had 2 piles. They had piles just based on the numbers, your LSAT scores and your GPAs. And then you had a pile based on your GPA as well as your curricular activity. Part of that stack is your arrest record. So you're going to be kicked out if your numbers aren't there. So it's just, there's a lot of examples we can use. And I think what makes this make the most sense, and honestly why it's legal, it's officer discretion. If the time, if the situation permits that the person should be arrested, they will be arrested. If the officer on scene uses their discretion and says this isn't one of those times where they need to be arrested, this is an avenue that will save a lot of money, save a lot of futures, and really just makes a lot of sense. And at the same time, it doesn't cost us money as far as handling the matter. And if anything, we'll make a little bit out of it as well. I do want to appreciate that Dan and Jamie put in that the effective date is April Fool's Day. I think that was very, very funny. I asked him if he could put April 20th, and he looked at me confused because he did not know what 420 meant, and I had to go through the process of explaining that to Dan Eckert, which in and of itself was hilarious. So Thank you. I'll put a motion out, motion to pass the ordinance.
Approve the ordinance and to set the fine at $100 and update the fee schedule.
Exactly. Thank you.
You have to say that, sir.
What Jamie said.
There you go. Thank you. That'll work. It was a memory test. Okay, we have a motion for approval, saying, and with setting, and also setting the fine at $100 and making a misdemeanor. And do I hear a second on the motion? Second. Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Okay. Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting conversation. All right, Mr. Lowry.
Thanks, sir. My first reflex on this was to stand against it, and then as I talked, I've kind of had the same experience that Pastor Mike had. So I talked to more and more law enforcement people. There was kind of a split decision on that, and my feeling is, as long as we're not adding to their job and making some cumbersome deal for them, and as long as we're not restricting their authority to do the things we do, I feel I can support this. Thank you.
Ms. Denny's.
Thank you. And I do think this is the right thing to do. In speaking with Mr. Eckert about this, I asked him, I said, well, what about the first, second, third offense? $100 for the first offense, $150 for the second offense. You know, I mean, if you're a repeat offender, you should, you know, put a little hurting on you at least. But Mr. Eckert, can you explain why we kept it at $100? I think this has to go stated.
First, it's still a matter of officer discretion. Second, I don't know that you're issuing these notices to appear, and I'm not sure that you have that an individual officer is going to have cognizance in all cases of whether or not it's the first, second, or third offense, and if they're likely not going to do it if there's some other offense that's involved. And third, making it an amount like this, where when the officer thinks it's appropriate, with this amount of a payable, it is likely that the cases will not be contested if the person feels like that they were treated fairly, and it will not add to your burden. Since Article 5, the county is responsible for prosecuting its own misdemeanors or for contracting with, its own ordinance violations or for contracting with the state attorney's office. One of the functions that our office performs is to prosecute county code violations, and that, you know, the $100 is not a magic amount, but at some point, if you raise it up towards the maximum 500, it's going to cost an increased staff burden, not only in my office but upon the law enforcement community who has tried to afford the person a break, and so I think it'd end up being more costly and really not effective. So that's why there's some judgment that's involved in the $100, but this was the amount after discussion with Mr. McConnell and others. Mr. McConnell being the person who prosecutes our ordinance violations, we thought this was appropriate to recommend to you. The chief judge will actually set the amount of the payable, but this chief judge has asked that the local governments recommend to him the amount that should be charged. And
Thank
so
you.
we think this is an appropriate balance.
Thank you for that explanation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. You know, at first when all this came out, let's set the record straight. I've been around people that smoke this stuff, but I have never actually tried this. I mean, and the reason being is because I used to look at my neighbor, and this kid when I grew up in Apopka, he would smoke pot all the time, and you would sit there and have a conversation. He'd go, dude, all the. I mean, he couldn't get a. I mean, he was. Yeah, he was pretty much. You were my neighbor, weren't you? No. But I mean, this kid, he couldn't hold a coherent thought, it seemed like to me, and I was just like, you know, that is not the road that I want to go down. So, you know, that's my story. I'm sticking to it. I've known a lot of people that have smoked marijuana in their lives, and you know what? I think this is very fitting because I also saw a young lad, much younger than I, who got busted for having, I think it was 2 joints in his pocket. As he pulled in his yard, the cop followed him in, and they ripped his house apart. They arrested him. He's got a whatever felony, first, second, third degree felony, and his life was ruined over something the size of a cigarette. Now here's the killer, is he used to have a really good paying job and paying his bills in Volusia County and paying his taxes and doing everything he was supposed to be doing. Now he doesn't. So, he is doing something else, but he lost his house and everything. So I agree with this. And I also see the amount of money that this county is going to save by not having to pick up some 15, 16, 17-year-old kid, the labor and time intensive work of putting him in the back of the car for the law enforcement officer, taking him down to the county courthouse, processing him through. Believe me, having been a cop for 6 years, the worst part about your job is after you arrest the guy, because now he's in the back of the car. You take him down to the jail, and now you've got 4 hours of paperwork, and everything is counted and by ounce and what it looks like. I mean, it's just a mess. All that for 1 joint on a 17-year-old, it's not very cost effective. So, Mr. Wagner, I know you're counting. I will support your motion. I know you are. I see you with the little scratch marks. I will support this motion and this legislation because I'd rather see, it's time we just slapped the kids on the hand and said, okay, mom and dad are going to get involved. When you take $100 out of mom and dad's pocket too, mom's going to get involved and dad's going to get involved. So let's teach them a lesson, but not ruin their lives. And ma'am, I have no idea who you are, but you're agreeing with me. Thank you. Just for agreeing with me. Okay, is there any other comment? Seeing none. Are you ready for the count, Mr. Wagner? He's ready. All right, time to do this. This is a first or second reading, Mr. Eckert? Or do we need a second reading, or what do we got to do?
This is your one and only reading.
This is the one and only.
One and only hearing, and you're ready for adoption.
It's an all or nothing. I wish you would have chosen a different day than my birthday.
That was a prospective effective date. It's a Friday. We think it's a good implementation date.
Pick Friday, the 1st of April. Thanks.
And,
Don't worry. You're not digging yourself out of this one. Okay, here we go. All those in favor of ordinance 2016-06, making misdemeanor possession of cannabis or drug paraphernalia a violation of county code, please signify by aye. All those opposed? That sounds like a unanimous 7-0 vote. Congratulations. Thank you. Yes. You're welcome. But this doesn't mean you can go out and buy a pound now and go running around there, Doc. Okay. Oh, it's in grams now? See,
Mr. Chair, can we call a 10-minute break?
Okay, I have a request for a 10-minute recess. Is there any objection?
Just curious what she's doing on this 10-minute break.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. We shall be back in 10.
Behave.
I appreciate that.
Check 1, 1, 2.
Hello? 1, 1, 2, hello? 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 Check 1, 1, 2. No, cool.
If chambers could please come to order and council could please join me on the dais. We'll get moving on. We do have
Enjoy.
kind of a tight little bit of a schedule here. So All right, we're going to move on here. Item number 2. Can I have some order in the chambers, please? Okay, thank you. At this time, if you have just entered in, please turn your cell phones, iPads, and all other noise-making devices down to silent so we can continue on without too much interruption. All right, item number 2 is budget. We're right on the right one, right? We're going 4-3-2 here today. Budget resolution, contract and discussion for the purchase of Hearst Elementary School, Hope Place at 1340 Wright Street in Daytona Beach. Mr. Deneen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have everybody? Oh, okay. I didn't want to start till we had everybody. I cannot tell you how excited I am for the opportunity to discuss this subject today. It's been in the works for a long time, and I had the unique opportunity to be a participant starting about 2 years ago. As we've said in all these, and I think what a consistent theme that we've said in terms of the council and what we're interested in trying to be a partner and trying to help make these issues, try to work on these issues, is that we always believe that you need a champion, you need someone who own, operate, and handle the ongoing expenses of a program, you need the private sector involved, and then we, the county, see that we should be a partner in those cases where there's, in some cases, the need for capital. Everyone has a role in this, and I believe that this project brought all those elements together. So when people say, well, this ought to be a model, well, it should be a model. And the people that are going to come up and speak will talk to what some of that model was all about from the day we started. What I'd like to do is follow this sort of progression, and that is I'd like to have the person with the vision speak first, then the person that's representing the agency that's going to own and operate it speak second, and then myself and I think the school board or the school superintendent could talk about our parts and how we work together to try and make this happen. As I said, I think first before anywhere, on this issue, before you're going to get anywhere, you have to have someone that has a vision. And in this case, Ms. Hussaini, if you'd come to the microphone. She's the one with Halifax Urban Ministries that had a vision, and I think she's going to tell us how this all started and how she asked all of the other parties to get involved.
I am the nicest person that I know. Good morning, good morning. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for allowing me to be here and speak. I actually wrote down my thoughts yesterday. It took me all day. I thought it would be much quicker if I were to just talk about homelessness and children from my heart. We'd be here all day. Hope Place is a campus designed especially for children and families who are homeless. It will have emergency housing as well as short-term housing. It is designed for children with families who are seeking help and guidance to help themselves climb out of poverty, despair, and homelessness. Please note that 19.5% of our children living in our own community, live in poverty. The Hope Place campus is set up with partners, programs, agencies, and counselors who can help the homeless become self-reliant. It is designed for families who are looking for a break so that they can put their lives back together. It is designed for families who want a leg up, not a handout. Mark Gellis from Halifax Urban Ministries will go into more details about different expectations and rules that Halifax Urban Ministries would have for residents of the Hope Place campus. The Hope Place Committee has already reached out to different agencies, as well as Daytona State College, Embry-Riddle, United Way, and their agencies to invite them to offer programs at the Hope Place so that they can help the residents on site. The Hope Place Committee has also reached out to business community leaders and will continue to reach out to other leaders in our community to seek their guidance, input, and ask them to consider how they can possibly help the whole place. Converting Hearst Elementary into a campus for homeless families was the brainchild of Troy Ray, the then executive director of Halifax Urban Ministries. On November 21st, 2012, he reached out to me to see if I can set up an appointment with then Superintendent Dr. Peck Smith. At the time, the Volusia County School District was not interested in selling Hearst. About a year later, when Dr. Smith reached out to me that she's ready to talk about selling Hearst, I started working on putting a committee together of the willing and some not so willing to pursue this dream of having a campus for the homeless children in a decent, safe location for them to be able to run around safely and have a normal life as far as possible, given their situation. One person I reached out to very early on was Jim Deneen. He was one of the not so willing, our county manager. During our very first conversation, after sharing the concept, he told me that he's willing to listen. It took some, Josh, some convincing, and discuss possibilities, but we should know that the county cannot possibly own it, cannot possibly operate it, or pay for operating funds. He shared that if we can work within that framework he has laid out, he is willing to come to the table and listen to us. He noted that the county commission, all of you commissioners, may consider a one-time capital improvement contribution as long as I don't ever come back and ask for more money. He's tough, man. Kind of scary at times, too. Having clear guidance from the county manager, the next piece of the puzzle was to find out if HUM is willing to own and operate Hearst Elementary if we turned it into a campus for homeless children and their families. HUM enthusiastically, we have many people here from HUM, their past chairman, their current chairman, many board members are willing to own it and operate it. And they enthusiastically that they will do that. The next issue that we had to consider, and something that the county wanted clarity, was whether HUM is able to financially manage Hearst turned into a homeless campus. As you all know, most, if not all, nonprofit agencies depend on the generosity of their community. Same is true of HUM. HUM does apply for various grants, some from the state and federal government. With a larger location where HUM can house more families, the possibility of them being able to apply for a larger grant is likely. HUM obviously hopes that the community will be even more generous with them once Hope Place opens. I have personally dedicated time and effort in trying to raise funds for the naming rights of the Hope Place and have asked HUM's board to consider putting those funds into an endowment so that each year HUM can benefit from the proceeds from that endowment just to help with the cost on an annual basis. Having said all of that, I've explained to Jim that in the very worst case scenario, if HUM cannot raise one more dollar, or if HUM cannot get one more dollar from state or federal government, at the very, very least, they are currently taking care of 90 people at the Star Shelter. And the very least that could happen, that those families would be moved into a much better location where the kids can actually go outside and play, where the families would actually be safe, where kids would actually feel that they belong to the community versus having to always be inside and worry that out the door don't want to get into details of that, but not the safest location where it's currently located. Once we had worked out the most challenging issues and the committee started working on details, Sandy Bishop, the executive director of Volusia Builder Association, did an analysis per my request of the number of home foreclosures around Hearst Elementary. And within 5 blocks north and south, there were, when she did it in late 2015, there were over 50 homes in various stages of foreclosure. The committee feels that recommissioning the Hearst Elementary into the Hope Place campus, not only it will be a viable solution for our homeless children and their families, but the services offered at Hope Place campus can be a huge asset to every resident that lives in that community, including but not limited to a clinic offered by Halifax Health, resume writing classes, GED classes, and different other classes that could be offered by Daytona State College, perhaps a VPK if Volusia County School District would like to do that, and many, many other services, perhaps maybe even a tax return help from United Way that they do that on an annual basis and bring in more funds back to those families. I can tell you, as the founder and chair of Food Brings Hope, we would apply to Barbara Bush Literacy Foundation and ask for a grant to be able to offer literacy classes for adults, not only again for the campus, for that entire community. I don't have to tell you, I'm sure you all know that 25% of our population cannot read past fourth grade level in our own community. Again, Sandy Bishop has rallied the home builders and also all the different contractors and subcontractors to see what she can do for the whole place so that it would cost as least as possible. A lot of donations of material, a lot of donations of services and time. I am very, very thankful for Sandy willingly being on this committee. She was not willing, okay. Another unwilling participant. We already have people calling and offering furniture and different stuff that they have, and they want us to pick it up, even though we don't even know if we can actually get there. After today, if you guys are kind, it might be a possibility. But, you know, when a person calls and says, I have all this furniture and I want you to have it, and it's kind of hard to say no thank you, right? So again, we reach out to friends and amazing generosity of our community. We reached out to Lori and Ronnie Bledsoe and asked them if we could have a free storage unit so we can store this free furniture just in case this whole place happens, so that, you know, the least it costs us, the better it is for the entire community. Mark Gelati did a logo for us, free of charge. There's a lot of free things going on here, and Mike is here. Thank you, Mark, for doing that for us. In a meeting with the business leaders, Bill Offill of the News Journal mentioned that he will consider hiring people at the Hope Place that might have a vehicle for them to go and start perhaps delivering newspapers. Jason Meyer of Synergy Billing said that he would send a van over for people who want to go to his campus, and he would train them for a job and then bring them back, and once they are trained to offer them a job. We could meet with many, many, many more business leaders, Mr. Chairman. We just haven't gone that far simply because we have to make sure that everything is in the right order, that we have your approval, we have the school board approval before we go and rally all kind of support without really having gelled this whole thing. Many others have offered different types of help with the whole place, but we couldn't go too far, as I just mentioned. There are so many people are here. If you could raise your hand or stand up for the people who are here in the support of Hope Place, I would really appreciate it. Bob Davis, of course, always, and Stan, thank you. Thank you, Jim. Hey, listen, if we were not on your agenda, you would be here all by yourselves. Because look, all of these people are here for this.
Farouk, we are used to that.
You know, it must be boring though. Don't you want us on your agenda every month?
Every
Maybe
week?
give us a hint of money and we'll show up again?
But we have Josh here keeping us entertained for
I
most
know,
of
I
the
read
afternoon.
about Josh in the paper, and I don't know what 420 is, so Mark was actually Googling it. I'm like, Mark, what is 420? He goes, I don't know.
I'm
So we
going
will-
to have to ask about that.
Yes, we need to know what that is.
The day the initiative was passed in California, right? Or it was the initiative 420 when the first marijuana law went. All right. So it's National Smoke Pot Day is 420, just so you know.
Okay.
Wear your seatbelt.
Simply put.
Only a very few people would know that.
Yeah.
Kind of scary that he does know, right? Like all the rest of us are going, what is 420 and Googling it, but no.
I was a school teacher. I know every.
I think we better get back to the issue at hand here. I mean,
Yes,
we're going
yes,
a little astray.
Yes. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, I am here to respectfully and with deep passion request for you guys to consider voting for the Hope Place. Hope Place will change the lives of our children, their families, and it will lift the entire community. It will lower the population of our jails, where it takes 15 times more dollars to take care of a juvenile inmate than to house them. Each year, we put 5,000 teenagers in unmarked graves in our country. I don't want any of our teenagers from our community to be put into the ground without knowing who they are. I don't want to put any teenager in the ground. With Hope Place, we will be able to take care of our community members who are down on their luck in a dignified and humane way, while keeping their hope alive, and at the same time saving taxpayers millions of dollars in the long run. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Husseini.
What we'd like to have is Halifax Urban Ministries to come forward, and before Ms. Husseini sits down, Farouk, before you sit
come
down.
back up front, please.
What you have today is the beginnings of the process, and I'll go through this a little bit later on how we make this a reality. Mark will walk you through what the program is. But I also have to point out that Ms. Husseini is not, she talked about me being reluctant. On the other side of the coin, she hasn't told you that she got me to do something I have never done in my career. And as they asked me originally to come to the council for $1.5 million. And I said, well, we have to make sure how this is going to work. And we did all of this with both George Baker and Jerry Britton. We worked on how solid the building was and what the bones were like and whether 1.5 would do what they need. So I negotiated myself up to 3.5, okay, because to make this work, the operating costs have to make sense if someone else is going to do it. And what we believed was without the right investment, it wouldn't be worth our while putting too little money into it. So she got me to negotiate myself upward. I don't think I've ever done that before.
Congratulations.
Mark?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Thank you so much for sharing the vision and for what I hope you're about to do here today. Halifax Urban Ministries first thought of this 4 years ago, as Ms. Husseini said, and she gave a wonderful presentation. I can't share the heart of the vision any better than she did, but I can go through some of the nuts and bolts with you. And on this first slide, you see an overhead view of the entire campus. There's a photograph that shows the entire 15 acres, which we have a vision for, not just for those families that are homeless, but for all the low-income families in that area. I raised my children in that neighborhood, and I know that there's a lot of struggling families there. Sandy's work just showed us how deep that was with those foreclosures. And if those people could have stayed in that neighborhood, gotten back on their feet, and had a way to return to their homes, it would have been much better than what's happened to those families, because many of them came to us for services. As you zero in, I'm going to start at the far left. You see the cafeteria building. And most of these buildings, because the school board has maintained them over the years, while the school hasn't been used for 11 or 12 years for classes, it has been where they do a lot of their teacher training, a lot of their seminars, and also they use it as one of their main maintenance facilities. So the buildings are in wonderful shape, other than the roofs, which are well beyond their life expectancy. So we will put new roofs on all 50-some thousand square feet here. We will bring all of that back up to code, and then we will do interior renovations just on the housing section. But the cafeteria with a roof is ready to go and to begin serving children and families again. As you go behind the cafeteria, there's a large square unmarked building. The school system will continue to use that for a period of time for some of their maintenance, and at some point in the future, we hope to take that back over and use it for our Feed a Family program, which we currently serve about 1 million pounds of food to people in the community who are not homeless, but we know that food can save them dollars that they can then use for housing to keep them in their homes. We've grown that program in another one of those things that's just right with Ms. Husseini's Food Brings Hope organization to provide about 800 to 1,000 bags of food every month to school children at 15 schools in Volusia County. This all just works together so well. Next to that, you see a building that's not colorful, and it's marked storage, expansion, and laundry. We are not going to do an interior renovation there, but we will use those classrooms once the new roof is there. And they will be used for our own storage, for the storage of the guests, for some food storage that we have so that we can more efficiently run the Feed a Family program, and for laundry for our guests. Then you see the two colorful buildings marked housing. I will show you more detail of that on the next slide. But then we get to three very critical buildings to make this more than just a place for homeless families to stay, but to actually impact their lives and give them opportunity to change and find a better life. The library and media room and DSC classroom is a large building. Daytona State has indicated a willingness to put in a computer lab. We know that there are opportunities, possibly with you at the county and other agencies in the area, to open a library and to just use what's currently a large theater much more for both the community at large and for our guests. Then there's a small building as you come down that says TV room, playroom, and offices. For half of those living in this facility, they need to share common areas. Their sleeping quarters will be just that, sleeping quarters. But we will have a living room and a TV room. We will have a play area for the children, and we will have offices for our case managers to help these people turn their lives around. In between those rooms, you see a little carved out part of a U. That is just one of the many ideal things that we found on this campus that will facilitate us to run a better campus. That is a glassed-in area that looks out over the courtyard and the two buildings that will be used for housing. We will have our security and our resident attendants on 24/7 duty there to keep our guests safe and to meet any needs that they might have and to deal with any emergencies. And then finally, in front, you have the Partners Building, where, as Ms. Husseini so well described, we have talked to so many community partners. We envision a medical clinic there. We envision a counseling center, a VPK, and other things to serve the needs of the community at large and to serve the needs of our residents. If you'd go on to slide 2, please. Here we have the detail of the areas that we will renovate inside and out. Now, the 26 emergency housing units will simply be a sleeping area. We have common area restrooms in the center and shower areas and more restrooms toward the very outside edges of that emergency housing area. Single bunked, that will house 108 people, families, children, whatever they're made up of. And those rooms and those folks will have use of all the common area and all the facilities. I want to break away from the picture for a minute and tell you something that's changed dramatically and importantly in serving homeless families. Up until 2 years ago, we ran a shelter. We hoped we could give people the opportunity and the tools to turn their lives around, save some money. But now all federal and state dollars have been redirected to what's called rapid rehousing. We were blessed to have a good portion of those dollars dedicated to families last year. And 54 families that came through our current small shelter on North Street were able to go into rapid rehousing and leave the shelter moving into permanent housing. And over 30 of those families did that with our assistance and with those grant funds. And over 20 of those families were just able to stand on their own feet after several months of being able to reestablish themselves, find work, and do it in a way that didn't have the daily pressure of living in a car or a tent. So those are the families that we will serve there. But as we see things change in this arena, we know that transitional housing is still important for some families that can't be rapid rehoused for a number of barriers. So our architect, Bill, has drawn in 10 flex apartments. These units will let families graduate from living in the emergency housing section and live self-sufficiently, have a cooking area of their own, have their own restroom, and begin to transition back to being a normal family like the rest of us. He's designed those units in a way that lets them be flexible to use for emergency shelter if needed, or to be used as apartment units. And now as we get over to the far right-hand corner, we get to the part that probably should touch all of our hearts the deepest, and that is for the unaccompanied youth. Right now, there are somewhere between 120 and 180 children in our Volusia County school system that we know about that have declared themselves homeless. Now, you may stop and say, we know there's over 2,000 homeless children. Yes, but most of those have a family. These 180 kids, when that bell rings at 3:15 or whatever time it is now, they don't go home to a family. They don't go home to a car with a family. There is no mother or father in the picture. They leave school. They hope maybe find a sofa to sleep on with a friend for the night. One child that I met last year who was making pottery bowls at Mainland High School for a fundraiser we have told me he was one of those kids, and he knew where there was a pickup truck and a tarp, and there was rarely anything in the back of that truck. And he would crawl in there each night, pull the tarp over himself, and then come to school in the morning. I wouldn't have done that if I was a homeless child. These kids are winners. These kids need our help. And this unaccompanied youth wing is something that we only have two small programs, one that Ms. Husseini runs and one Kudas Unhooked that they run wonderfully down in southeast Volusia. But this will enable 28 to 32 of those children to stay in an environment where they are safe and secure, where they will have assistance in their studies. We have an apartment in there for a proctor or house parent. This is something desperately needed for those children to keep them on track, to get them through high school and let them become members of our society. If you'd switch to the next slide, please. Here we have a little interior detail, and I don't want to get too granular with you. I think you know the concept. The top section is those juvenile rooms. There is a live-in apartment for that house parent in addition to all the other facilities, in addition to our resident attendants that will be there more as a mentor to the children. We have a boys and a girls section. We have dedicated rooms for both populations, and we have their own dedicated restrooms and showers, so they don't have to interact with the other population on site. Down below that, you quickly see to the left the common area showers and restrooms, and then to the upper right, you see one of those apartments that Bill has so amazingly designed to be designed as two one-bedroom units, but he's used adjoining doors like you see in a lot of hotels, so we can turn it into a two-bedroom unit and an efficiency unit. We can have that flexibility to meet the needs of the family. Something happens at the current facility we have. Every room is identical and has 4 beds in it. If a family of 2 comes in, we lose 2 beds essentially. We have doubled up families when the demand required it. But this flexibility will go a long way toward letting us maximize the use of every bed on campus. And then finally, you see just the emergency housing rooms, those 2. One is a 4-room unit, and they'll have bunks in there. They'll have a small closet area, a small dresser, but that's it. It'll be where they can have their safe place to keep their things, to sleep at night, and use all the wonderful common area facilities that we want to share. That is the nuts and bolts of Hope Place. Now, if you'll go to the next slide, please. Right now, we had to turn 147 families away from the current shelter last year. Some chose not to come in because of the environment there on North Street. Many came as we are today. We have 23 of the 24 rooms filled. There is no room at the inn. Many of these families are hopeless. These are the families we serve, and many that we don't serve in this county. But with Hope Place, next slide please, these same families will be able to have the smile back on their face. They will be able to have a full life again. They'll be able to become self-sustaining citizens again. With that merger of this emergency housing, all of the programs we will have available on site, and the rapid rehousing program that we've become so good at operating, we can change these lives and we can give these children a future. I thank you for listening. I'm open to any questions. Ask you to please let this project be born today.
Well, thank you, sir.
What I would ask is Mr. Russell to come forward, Superintendent of Schools. As he comes forward, as I mentioned earlier, what you have here is step one. We'll get into step two. Today would be a commitment of $1 million, 800,000 of which is a loan. Tom and I worked very hard to try and make this transition work between the two of us. Tom, if you'd like to speak.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members, Mr. Deneen, Mr. Eckert. On behalf of the school district, thank you for this opportunity. I would like to also thank one of our school board members that's here, Mrs. Linda Cuthbert. Thank you for attending, and I will be very brief. I was with principals this morning at our monthly principals meeting, and this was the challenge. As leaders, we are to create opportunities for students. And this is an opportunity with the leadership of the Volusia County Council and the School Board of Volusia County to create opportunities for our students. Hope Place is about students and their family. That was the hook for Volusia County Schools. Students and their families and unaccompanied youth. We do know significant learning cannot take place if there is not a place that offers food, shelter, security, and hope. It is the right thing to do for our students and their families. Now, we did not just get here, and I would like to commend my staff and the staff of Volusia County government for the time that we spent with each other. And Mr. Deneen, I would like to thank you. There were some hiccups along the way, as is expected, and he and I worked through it on the phone, and our both parties got together, and we were able to settle issues and concerns that each of us had. I would like to say that we will continue to work with the county and with Mr. Deneen and I. We have each other's cell phone numbers now, so we know how to get in contact with each other. So that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. The issue really became, number one was trying to make sure the facility would have enough capital investment to take this vision and make it a reality. I believe after the analysis we did, I think that the $3.5 million, that's not part of today's discussion, but that once you do this, you've set yourself on a course for that. I'm going to explain where that money comes from in a minute. But we had the capital that we've decided will work. The next issue really was, one of the things you talked about was services. If you've seen the services they're talking about, the wraparound service they're talking about bringing there, while the county cannot, we just do not have the ability to do ongoing operating costs. We do, and we've talked to Ms. Sassani about this, is we may be able to provide some services there that are extension of our services. For example, veteran services or the libraries, the co-op in terms of, they got 15 acres. So from the agricultural center we have, one of the things we can do is grow a really big community garden in 15 acres. There's some parks programs that we may be able to do in that 15 acres. So there's a lot of things we could do, and we're hoping that this catches like a wildfire, and people start putting other services out there and make wraparound services. There is plenty of room to do it, and so we see that vision. We believe that the capital that the county would put in would be well worthwhile. I do want to point out, I think the school board needs to be commended by the fact that while that school has not been occupied as a school for a good number of years, we had to do an analysis to make sure the bones were good. What we found was that the school board did an excellent job in protecting a public asset. Interestingly enough, I've had an opportunity to work on a number of projects like this, especially when I was in Ohio. This may be the first time I've worked on one that I think is at a different level that may be a model. Interestingly enough is that the capital that was invested in those buildings, while we would all agree, and Jerry and I talked about what you could use them for, there's probably no other practical use except maybe us if you were going to continue using it as a school. But there's no practical use for a business, or in most cases, that property, those buildings on it are a liability that would need removed, and that'd be pretty expensive. Interestingly enough, this vision of using it for this type of use, these buildings in some ways are unique the way they're set up, that you could turn, as you saw, you could turn it into this campus as though it was designed for that. The beauty of that is our $3.5 million that we're putting in, while that investment that's out there would help no one else, in terms of what this shelter, what that value is, when you consider the foundations, the walls, the utilities, we probably have conservatively $6 million worth of investment in the ground out there that we'll capitalize on with this $3.5 million. So you're looking at a facility that might have cost you $10 million to build. And so that, to me, what you're doing is you're extending this opportunity to so many children, and you're taking the value that was inherently kept in those buildings by good management, good custodial services, and good stewardship of those buildings, and you're going to bring it back to life for another use. I think that's a pretty good return on investment for the $3.5 million. But how do we get there? As you see, first what we have to do is we need to offer them, by state law, we believe that we need to offer them some value for what they have there. We all agree that the buildings are in some ways of no value to anyone at this point, that you'd have to put money into them as the way we're doing to even use them. So what we agreed on was to pay them the value of the land. That's what the $200,000 is. As you see, because I'm a good guy, we're picking up all the title and insurance. That's $10,700. And then here was one of the big issues, and I have to commend the schools for working with us on this. They were still using those buildings for training and for meetings, and they need that space, and it's quite a bit of space they were using. So one of the things that they asked was, they said, if we convert our own space, there's going to be a cost, and we don't have money. I talked to them about what that cost would be. They said $1 million, but they didn't have it. So I volunteered us to loan them. It turns out the $1 million, once we gave them $200,000, I only want to lend them $800,000 now. So that's the $1 million to make any changes in facilities so they can move on with doing their training and their meetings on their own space. Now, they have 3 years in which to access that if they need it. They also said, before we do that, that's going to take time. What are we going to do with all the current needs we have? Realistically, it's a realistic problem. What they were open to was, we sat down and went through every building we own, and they gave us their training and meeting schedule. And we set down a program where they are going to be able to use, at no cost, space as we can make it available, as we all sort of coordinate with each other on spaces that we have for meetings and training. In other words, nobody's buildings at any one time has everything full every moment. So what we had to do was figure out, how do we coordinate their schedule with ours?
And that consideration was quite important to the school district. I don't know if we've put a dollar value on that, but the extent of professional development that we do in our school district is extensive. And so this is a lot of time and space consideration we are getting from the Volusia County government, which is essential to move our district forward.
Thank you. I mean, I consider it, an in-kind contribution, but in all fairness to Tom and the school board, they had a need, and they said, and Hum needs to get in the building. So someone had to step up, and what we did is we said, why don't we try to give you, fit you into our buildings, and they had to be flexible, and we're going to be flexible. And the way we wrote the agreement to Tom and I once a year, we'll make sure that we coordinate their schedule with ours so that we can fit everybody in. And they can do that for up to 3 years. What we plan on doing, if the council passes this today, is that we would make them an offer of the $200,000 with the title insurance altogether, so we make them that offer to sell us the property for that. We'd also offer them, we have a separate agreement, that is the loan, on how they borrow the $800,000, and then we have a separate agreement on how they get to use space. Now, the amount of time that Jamie Seaman and Shannon Eller put into this is amazing. I mean, together with all of Tom's staff, this was a lot of work. A lot of these issues, I think a lot of times people say they have these visions, but a vision without implementation is nothing. And so we spent a lot of time, because you want this to work for the next 3 years. We finally got this worked out. The final details are probably as late as yesterday. We've got it all done. All those documents are now available. Once if they accept our offer, then that offer will come back to us for us to close on that property. There's going to need to be a rezoning. They're going to ask for that rezoning. The council will then have to look at rezoning the property. Then there'll be a time when we get the property, we're going to immediately turn it back over to Hum. So we will not own it. And the only way that we would claw back, I actually talked to Mr. Daniels about this, is we don't really want to claw it back unless, for some reason, there was this wonderful change where all of a sudden somebody was going to use that for a private purpose and make a profit off of it. In that case, then we would claw back our portionate amount of that profit. But that would be the only way. So they would permanently own it and run it and operate it for this purpose. At that point, when we transfer the property to them, an agreement we'll have with them is how they're going to run the facility. This is HUM. We'll also be giving them the $3.5 million. Now, if I can have 1 second, Donna, you want to put that up on the screen? Because I think there needs to be full disclosure at this point on how do we get from here to the other $3.5 million. If we pass this today, you're putting in motion the fact that when the property comes to us and we give it to HUM, we got to give them the 3.5. So I'm going to show you once again where we're getting the $3.5 million. Donna, you want to explain this?
Good morning. I'm Donna DePeister, CFO. What we did, we identified some reserves that we have in our reserve area in the general fund. And what we chose is we looked at the transition reserves, which we had $3 million, which that was set aside in the 2015-16 budget. That reserve was used in past during the downturn as we were reducing staff, and in order to avoid layoffs, those individuals, we continued.
Right. Originally, that was $5 million, and we used $2 million of it to help balance the workload and balance the budgets as we transitioned to 600 people out. So at this point, because we're no longer going through a reduction in workforce to that extent, with that normal use of that reserves would go to another reserve pot or somewhere else you wanted to use it. That's one of the things I think we could free up. That'd be $3 million of it.
In addition, we recommended we could reduce some of the revenue stabilization reserves. Our revenues are more stable than they were 2 or 3 years ago, and so we feel comfortable in relieving $1.5 million towards the project.
Yeah, this was also the fund that we established during the downturn. We've used some of it where our revenue kept dropping and we kept getting hit with things that were unexpected, and yet we had to budget. So these were individual pots of money that were sort of the last holdovers before the great downturn came. The council saved that money rather than spending it. We put it in these kind of pots. So we will end up liquidating the transition reserves by $3 million. The 1.5 is the 500,000 for the capital, and the other 1 million is the 200,000 for the building and the 800,000 for the loan.
Correct.
Now the loan will all come back to us in 3 years, no interest. And that's on all the documents that we have.
That's it.
And that's all I have. Except to say thank you to everyone that got us here today.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
Jamie, I think Jamie has some comments.
I just need to go over the documents with you so that you understand what we're voting on today. And as Mr. Deneen said, we could not have done this without the school district. Mike Dyer and their outside counsel, Alex Ford. I have to really thank them for digging through these documents with us. It was a lot of work, and I really appreciate the time that they put into it. The first document you have is the agreement for purchase and sale, and as they've said, the consideration for that purchase is the $200,000, the $800,000 loan, and the facilities use agreement, which allows the school district to use county facilities for 3 years for their professional training and development programs and meetings. The second document you have is that facilities use agreement. What that agreement states is that by May 1 every year, they will provide us with a schedule. The manager will lock down the space for them. They have some certain needs depending on the size and the type of training that they're doing, and we will make every effort to meet every single one of the requirements. It also allows for them to add additional days during the year if something comes up that they weren't aware of when it started. We are going to have an adjustment this year. We will not the May 1 deadline is going to be pushed out a little bit. They have already scheduled training all the way through September in their current facility. So they will not be out of Hearst until September 6th. So they're going to be providing us with the remainder of the year, and then next year we'll start the May 1 deadline. The next document is your interest-free loan. It gives them 3 years to decide if they need to borrow it and when they want to borrow the $800,000. Then at 3 years after that, they repay it. So we won't be giving them the $800,000 until the school district makes the determination that they need to borrow the money for their capital projects. It allows them to borrow it for any of the capital needs. So it gives them some flexibility to use it when they need it during the next 3 years. The last document is a post-closing occupancy agreement. We have done this in the past on some of our beach properties. You're somewhat familiar with it, where we bought the hotels and then the hotels continued to operate for a few months after we actually closed. We're going to be doing the same thing here. Our anticipation is that we should close this by June 30 of this year. We will be coming back later with the transfer to Halifax Urban Ministries and, as Mr. Deneen said, with some of the funding requirements. But the school district does need this facility through September 6th. So this post-occupancy leaves them in exclusive control of the facilities through September 6th so that they can continue their training. One thing that I did leave out, and I think it was mentioned during Halifax Urban Ministries presentation, was that Building 11 is an ongoing maintenance facility for the school district, and they need to retain Building 11 until, again, they make some decisions and some transitioning. So they will be reserving the use and occupancy of Building 11, and we will be providing them with a carved-out easement for ingress and egress and parking so that they can continue to use that as a maintenance facility as they grow and they make the determination of where they're going next. And so those are your documents. So what you'll be proving today, if you choose to, is the contract for purchase and sale, the budget resolution authorizing the funds, the facilities use agreement, the loan agreement, and the post-closing occupancy agreement. And everything but the budget resolution will be transferred to the school district for their consideration at their next meeting.
And then there would be the expectation that we would transfer with the building the $3.5 million, which I've identified. Also, Mr. Chair, I know there were a number of people, I think, that you may have slips that wanted to speak on this.
That is correct. Several. Okay. As I call your name, why don't you, we'll have you come up front and sit in the front row here. It just makes things a lot easier. Carol, Podschelne. Yes, you can say that. Judith Milkorski. Doctor? There you are. Stanley Escudero. Alan Burton. Stephen Braun, Gail Lemerin, Patricia Ray, Timothy Mann, Denise Calderwood. If you would all come up front and have a seat in the front row, no particular order, because as I call you up, it's easier. Now, for those of us who are taller than others, this podium, the button is on the bottom left. It will raise, and if it's too tall for you and uncomfortable, please drop it down. It is adjustable, and I have one more person that just filled in a form. Who is Sandy Bishop. Come on up front and have a seat in the front row if you're not there already. Ma'am? Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, there you are. Hi, Sandy. Okay, no problem. All right, Carol. Podschelne. Please step up here to the podium. For the record, we will need your name and your address, and you will have 3 minutes.
Carol Podschelne, better known as Carol P. I live on Carmen Avenue in Holly Hill. I have lived there since 1980. My children all attended Hearst Elementary School, and my house is located 1 block from the property plan for Hope Place. When I first read the proposal in the News Journal, I wrote a letter to the editor entitled, "Yes, in my backyard." It is vitally important to provide case management and support services to families in distress. And this location is perfect, in my opinion. Families in distress need a place where they feel safe and connected. Case management is about relationship and trust. Once these goals are established, distress, both physical and emotional, diminishes, and they are able to step forward and become empowered, step by step. This is not just a proposal for a homeless shelter. It is a solid plan to rebuild families. The leaders and the planning team behind this idea have vision, experience, and commitment to rebuilding broken lives. They have crucial financial backing and a positive, collaborative spirit. Please support the entire idea. Yes, in my backyard.
Okay. All right. We're going to request so that we can keep moving along that we hold our applause. If you want to applaud after everybody is done speaking, I'll say now you can applaud, and we'll let you go crazy. Okay. Judith Milkarski. Okay. Doctor?
I have a PowerPoint. Did it come up?
Okay, well, I will need your name and your address.
My name is Judith Milkarski. I have a house call practice in East Volusia County, Post Office Box 9248, Daytona Beach, 2120.
And for the record, you're a doctor of veterinary medicine.
That's correct.
Okay.
I have a house call practice.
Okay. You have 3 minutes.
I'm hoping you're gonna allow me that this is very, very serious what I have to share with you today,
Please.
sir.
Okay.
I am here because the fourth facet of my veterinary oath is the promotion of public health. First slide, please. They say that every party needs a pooper, and today I'm the party pooper. And specifically, the poop I'm talking about is cat poop. Next slide, please. I need to share with you what brought me here and what brought me to this situation. On a Friday night in August 2012 at 10 minutes after 6 in the evening, I was writing up patient documentation in my client's kitchen. The following week, school started. My client was an elementary school teacher for the Volusia County Public School System. And she was chatting with me about all the things the teachers have to do in order to get ready for the new school year, including checking on the registered sex offenders in the neighborhoods from which their school children originate. And she mentions this particular neighborhood off of LPGA and Nova. I stopped documenting my patient's records. Next slide, please. This wasn't in my job description to look at registered sex offenders. Let me get you oriented here. My client was not aware that I was part of a 4-veterinarian committee who had run repeated public records requests of Volusia County animal programs, and we plotted specifically program abuse with cats. Those are the yellow dots. At the time we ran the public records request, only 4 animals were permitted in a home in unincorporated Volusia County. If a person had 5 or more cats spay, neuter, rebated in a 24-month period, that was our single and only threshold for abuse. This neighborhood was an outlier for us. It had the highest concentration of people who had abused Volusia County animal programs with cats, and it was the only concentration of abuse that did not occur on a golf course. We didn't know what to make of it, we just noted it was an outlier. It wasn't until my client, a school teacher, brought this to my attention that we put this together. The yellow dots are people who abuse county programs with cats. The red dots are rabies incidents, and then you have Walter Hurst Elementary School. Next slide, please. If you overlap registered sex offenders and look at that in comparison with program abuse by cats, maybe there's a connection. Let me take a pause here. I recognize that part of the problem with registered sex offenders is that it's very difficult for them to get back in society and to climb the socioeconomic ladder. In combo, in theory, these Volusia County animal programs are supposed to be intended for people of socioeconomic needs. That said, we all know that the Volusia's most notorious abuser of Volusia County animal programs with cats lives in the fly-in. But we do have this connection. The information I'm sharing with you today is public record. The information I am sharing with you today, I have shared.
Okay, I have to stop you here at this point because you got me so involved in this thing, I didn't even notice the time here all the time. Your time has expired. How many more slides is this?
I'm well past halfway through. This is vital, it is critical, and Volusia County taxpayers have paid for this.
And, okay, I understand, but we have 3 minutes that we give everybody to utilize for their discussion on the matter. And we're 30 seconds over. You got me so involved in this thing, and it was very interesting to me.
I believe that it is worth the council's time to listen to the remainder of my presentation with respect, sir.
Jason, the deputy can escort her away from the podium.
Okay, well, we do have to move on with our normal times. So, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Stanley Escudero.
Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the council, my name is Stan Escudero. I live at 3034 South Peninsula in Daytona Beach Shores. I'm here representing myself, speaking in very strong support of the Hurst School proposal and urging your unanimous support for the same. It's been plain for decades that Volusia County has a serious homeless problem, and various approaches have been suggested to deal with it. We as Americans, as Christians, as Volusians, we all want to do something about it. A number of ideas have been put forward. Some of them have been implemented. Some have been more blindingly successful than others. But those which have been most successful have recognized that this is not a one-size-fits-all problem. The Salvation Army, for example, working with a couple of veterans organizations, has reduced the level of permanent homelessness among veterans in Volusia and Flagler counties to functional zero, which is an extraordinary accomplishment. And that idea, the idea that there are categories of homelessness which can be addressed in different ways, is the genius of the Hope Place program. The fact is that that the elements of the homeless community who are most vulnerable, who are best able to respond to intelligent, productive, effective programs for food and housing and training and education and onward employment, are precisely the youth and the families who are targeted like a laser by this program. Take a look at this program, I urge you. I know you all have, but all the I's are dotted, all the T's are crossed. Mr. Deneen has been involved intimately for the last couple of years in what is a 4-year project to establish a workable and successful approach to resolving the homeless issue for a substantial element of the homeless problem here in Volusia County. And today, you all have the opportunity to vote for the seed capital which will make this project possible, that will enable this project, which once it gets underway, will be sustainable, can be expanded if that seems appropriate down the road. You have the opportunity to get it started for today, Mr. Chairman. In this chamber, by your vote, you make the county council Hope Place. And I urge all of you to, in the strongest possible terms, vote unanimously in support of this worthy and worthwhile project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Alan Burton. Need your name and your address, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the County Council. I have several hats to wear, so I will just let you know I'm speaking as a citizen today. But for disclosure, I am running for the Volusia County Property Appraiser's Office, so that's so I put it up front. As I speak today on the
Need your name and your address.
Alan Burton, 915 Ocean Shore Boulevard, Ormond Beach, Florida. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now you have 2 minutes and 58 seconds.
The idea of Hope Place being an adaptive reuse facility and program is one that can be very successful. In my past, we have entered into with the school district an adaptive reuse program to provide a preschool daycare program, and that preschool daycare program became the largest preschool daycare program in Illinois and became one of the most successful programs because of an adaptive reuse program like you're looking at for today. And that it was so successful, and as a model, where I was able to travel to Japan and share that story with those persons that provide human services in another country. And that was a great experience, but it is an example in my life that something like Hope Place can also do the same. Financing can be provided by an enterprise fund, and the excess funds of the preschool daycare went into senior citizen services, and that budget was approximately $1 million. And then the other types of financing with of foundations and charitable giving. As a member of the Community Foundation of East Central Florida, we support charitable funding, and we also travel to Washington, D.C. to lobby the Congress for additional funding. Some have taken place, and that there's also a possibility that we can take a look at increasing the charitable deduction from 35% to a maximum of 90%. That money would stay in the local areas and be provided for services for individuals that are homeless, and not only for Hope Place, but for all not-for-profits in Volusia County. The establishment of endowment funds is also a part of an idea that I think Hope Place could take advantage, and that as an example of volunteerism, the Kiwanis International has built and established at the shelter called Matthews Hope in Winter Garden a playground for the children, and that type of a program could be duplicated here in Volusia County as well. The idea here, is if I'd share with you, is that an adaptive reuse of a school for other human services is absolutely possible, and I give you a specific example of success. It can be financed, and that volunteer efforts such as Kiwanis has provided a facility for the children to play with. So I would appreciate that if you, in your consideration and support of this motion in front of you, and that I also have I'm not asking for money. I'm going to ask if I could donate money to HUM as a part of the endowment program. If they don't have one, establish one. If they have one, add to it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That would be between you and HUM, but thank you, sir. When he started saying money, I was like, whoa, stop. All right, Stephen Braun.
Mr. Chairman, I think you've heard enough, so I'm just going to sit back there.
Okay, so you decline. Yeah. Everybody here that on this list is in support. So, Gail Lemron.
Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Lemron.
Thank you very much. Believe it or not, I've been in this community since 1978.
Name and address.
Gail Lemron, 2300 Atlantic Avenue in Daytona. And I've been in the community since 1978. And believe it or not, this is the first time I've had the opportunity to even attend a county board meeting. I'm so proud to be here. I've been involved in many projects over the years, all the way from the Council on Aging and the food delivery programs and to the Boys and Girls Club. I support this program with deep emotion. You know, I was not raised homeless. I had a roof over my head, but it was close to it. I was raised in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. The average temperature up there was 15 below in the wintertime. We had no inside facilities, no plumbing, no running water, no bathroom facilities. But I was able to work out of that environment, and I think the environment is very important here. And it took me until I was 40 years old to start my first business, and now I'm fortunate to be living the American dream and hopefully giving back to this community that I love and support. We're so blessed to have people like Farouk Hosseini with the vision that she has to help in this endeavor. And I'm very proud to be a part of it. You know, we do have such a homeless problem in this country and in this county and in the city of Daytona Beach. And I believe it all starts with the environment that our youth were raised in. And if we can change that environment, I think instead of having folks that are living in our parks and parking out in our administrative buildings downtown Daytona Beach, we're going to have people who can work themselves out, get a good education, and contribute in many ways to our community, paying taxes and working and supporting everybody in this community. So thank you very much. I certainly hope and pray that you guys will, and guys and gals will, support this budget resolution and vote on it unanimously to approve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, Patricia Ray.
Esteemed council members, my name is Patricia Ray and I reside at 1900 North Atlantic Avenue, Daytona Beach. We can all agree that the plight of our homeless brothers and sisters and the publicity attached thereto negatively affects the economic development of our county. Tourists and those who wish to book conventions and locate businesses and move their families here think twice when they're faced with panhandling on a daily basis. Although Faith's main focus is on the shelter of single men and women, we do fully support your partnership with HUM. We applaud the initiative you have taken to shelter families and children. I encourage you to take that same leadership to make Volusia Safe Harbor happen for single homeless persons as well, so that all of our county's homeless will be served. Thank you for your consideration. Am I allowed to give my extra minutes to this lady to finish?
No, I'm sorry. This is not the United States Congress. They do that up there. I defer my time. Sorry. Ma'am? Yeah, we could be here for weeks. Timothy Mann.
Good afternoon. My name is Timothy Mann. I reside at 2 Moonglow Drive in Ormond Beach, and I am also the pastor of a local church in Ormond Beach, and I am the chairman of the board of directors for Halifax Urban Ministries. And so on behalf of the board, I wanted to say to the county council, first of all, thank you for the work the staff, and everyone who has made this possible, the school board, superintendent. It's just been a tremendous effort, and we're so grateful. Having said that, we're anxious to see this project move forward. And so you need to know that the Board of Directors for Halifax Urban Ministries is unanimous in our support of this. And as a board, we ask you to pass this motion today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Denise Calderwood. She tried to give you her time, didn't she? Yeah. Sorry.
Hi. I think I'm going to give you a little bit of a different spin. My name's Denise Calderwood. I'm from 44 Buttermill Drive in Palm Coast, Florida, your neighboring county to the north, Flagler County, 20 miles if y'all haven't been there. And,
So
we'd
you're-
love to have you.
So you're one of those Yankees, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And I'm one of the people who represent Flagler County and willing to make the drive here, south.
We
Okay.
welcome you.
We have a big issue in Flagler County. Several years ago, I started an organization called Focus on Flagler. It was quite similar to One Voice for Volusia. It started at the same exact time. And since that time, I've been a dedicated advocate on behalf of families in need in Flagler County, and coming here and advocating to our bigger county to the south, saying, okay, I see Volusia Flagler YMCA, I see Volusia Flagler Boys and Girls Club, I see Volusia Flagler United Way, and when I see the number of agencies, they all are existing, and then the number we have and the contributions that come from our citizens, from Flagler County, I'm like, wow, these numbers don't seem to work out, okay? When you come to the homeless issue and you read our Daytona Beach News Journal, which of course, writes all about Volusia County, and then they add Flagler County in the line of the articles. We in Flagler County were first in the state, through the help of the Salvation Army, to end homelessness among vets. We were the first ones to get the zero functional because of the fact that we could work together as a community. Our community raises up without the leadership of our elected officials because the commission doesn't acknowledge that we have a homeless problem in Flagler County. We have the same numbers, and if you make them smaller compared to Volusia, it gets scary, that Flagler has these issues. We were number one in unemployment and number one in foreclosure. Why am I saying all this? This all relates because Hope House, we fully would support Hope House. We love the idea. We love the concept. We are envious. 3 or 4 years ago, we tried to do that with our old hospital in Flagler County. It's now a $7 million government, Sheriff's Department administration building. We envisioned it to be a one-stop social service agency for families, and we came to Volusia to talk to several agencies to say, hey, we wanted it in Flagler because it's attached to our housing authority. It made sense. We only have one housing authority in our community. But at the same time, all of our services come out of Volusia. We have transportation issues. We can't get our families here. So I support the idea of Hearst House. Envious of it. We want that in Flagler County. We want those Flagler Volusia agencies to start coming to Flagler County. We thank Salvation Army because they did do that. They moved into our downtown Bunnell quarter, and we're very honored about that. Stuart Marchman did about 5 years ago, but we now need funders, and we need you all to acknowledge that Flagler County exists and our residents can't get here, and we need to be able to break ties or at least communicate and clearly, set the record straight. Do those agencies that say Volusia Flagler actually serve Flagler residents? And when we call, our homeless people call down here, we're told through the United Way, go to these agencies, and then we're told they're not served. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. And Sandy Bishop, is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this issue? There's nobody else that wishes to speak on this issue. After Ms. Bishop is completed, we will close the public participation. Ms. Bishop, we need your name and your address, and you will have the floor for 3 minutes.
Sandy Bishop. I live at 144 Wingfoot Circle. I live in one of those golf course communities, and there's 9 sex offenders within a half a mile of my house. I looked up last night when I read about that. I am very honored to be the executive director of the Volusia County Building Industry Association. That's how I get paid. I'm also very honored to be one of Mrs. Husseini's soldiers and be on the board of Food Brings Hope. That's how I pay back. I don't want to give you guys another big, long story. I just want you to look at something. This is an opportunity to improve the neighborhood. There were 55 homes in foreclosure within 5 blocks 3 months ago. I haven't counted them lately. We can do another study. But here's an opportunity to do something that Volusia County doesn't have: affordable housing. Those houses can be bought. There's already county programs that Mr. Deneen's staff has that we can be turning them over and getting them fixed up and maybe take the people out of the shelter and Hope Place and put them into a house and get them into a first-time homebuyer program. And then those people get their next house, and those are the stair steps to my business. We're running the Volusia Parade of Homes. It starts on the 12th. The lowest price house in the Parade of Homes is $179,900. So think about improving that neighborhood and what it will do for the streetscapes, what it will do for the people there, and what it will do for affordable housing in Volusia County. Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this matter? Nope. Okay, we will close public participation, open up the floor to the council members. Mr. Patterson, your light has been on. You've been very patient.
Mr. Chair, I want to be recognized for a series of motions. Seamus, do we do the resolution first and then the agreements, or do the agreements and then the resolution?
Do them all at once?
Why don't we do
I think you can do it all in one motion, sir.
Okay.
And approve all 5 documents.
All right. I move the agreement for purchase and sale between the School Board of Volusia County and the County of Volusia on the site, parcel ID number 4233-13-00-01-40, including in that the facilities use agreement between the School Board of Volusia County and the County of Volusia, the interest-free loan agreement between the School Board of Volusia County and the County of Volusia, the post-occupancy closing agreement between the school board and the County of Volusia, and then move approval also of resolution number 2016-XX, which is a resolution of the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, amending the fiscal year 2015-16 budget, changing estimated total revenues, surplus and expenditures, and providing an effective date.
Okay, I have a motion for approval, Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is a great honor and privilege that I would second that series that Mr. Patterson just presented.
We're burning daylight here, folks.
Yeah, yes, you are. Okay, so basically, the motion is motion for approval of budget resolution contracts and on all contracts for purchase of Hearst Elementary School, Hope Place would be the appropriate motion, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify the abridged version. Okay, okay, I will let Ms. Denny's go.
Still have the floor, Mr. Chair.
Oh, you still, I'm so sorry, ma'am. I thought you closed the floor. You still have the floor.
Yes, I second the motion. I began my comments with the second. To all of you, this is what collaboration and cooperation and community outwork and networking means. I wish we could bottle this. I'm so honored to be a resident of Volusia County and to serve on this great council. With, you talk about what do we do as we are the keepers of taxpayer dollars. Well, this is a good investment, and I want the word to go forth to all of our citizens that we here are trying to make sure that we address the needs and concerns of all of our citizens. For I wrote down some comments here today because this is worth our time, Mr. Chair and Commissioner, to understand that this whole place is going to be an avenue to rebuild families. This whole place is going to be the collaboration and work ethics that we will be able to display so that our youngsters will understand what it means to be in partnership and to have an opportunity to have work, a safe place. We are our brother's keeper. And it is our responsibility as good stewards to provide for the least of these. So I want to congratulate all of you for being here, Mrs. Ucini, Mr. Russell, Mr. Deneen, and all of the above and below, for all you've done to bring us to this place. This is the right direction for Volusia County, and I applaud everyone that's involved. And I'm so glad that I'm a part to be able to vote on such an important issue. You see, this is how we, Safe Harbor, it's a piece of that same puzzle. But this is a piece that we can move forward today. Safe Harbor, a safe harbor will come. But this is a step, and this is how it's done. If there's anything else that we take away for the next move, this is how it's done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important to note, too, that this didn't happen overnight. It's been years. This has been years in the process. Years ago, when Troy Ray was still at Halifax Urban Ministries, I had a meeting with him in his office. He said, I want to show you something, Deb. And he pulled out these blueprints, put them on the desk, and I looked at him and I said, Troy, this will work. This will work. And that's before we had the whole structure to it. But he had a vision. We had the structure. What we needed was a champion. That's the success in all of this. And we've got the day-to-day operations. We're using existing infrastructure. The day-to-day operations, again, council, what we have said multiple times on another issue is capital infrastructure we will support and then walk away. You've got to have the day-to-day operations. You've done all of that. The unaccompanied youth, which I think is critical, and here, just a question, it's not a deal breaker because I'm going to support, but I just have a question because there's a segment of our children, they're not high school, but they're aged out of the foster care system, and they end up in the streets, and we used to be foster care parents. So there's, the population, will this be open to those? Would they be considered an unaccompanied youth for the purpose of this?
Several of the faculty at Daytona State have come to me with the same question.
Good.
When we have had to restrict under 18, things to under 18, it was because of grant restrictions, but we don't have any specific grants targeted at the unaccompanied youth section. So as of right now, it is our full intention to go up to probably age 21 and look on a case-by-case basis, but we do want to serve the kids in that gap who are still working on bettering their life.
Well, I'm glad to hear that it's on the radar and discussing, because that's a safety net, that if we catch them there, we protect them at that stage. Once they hit 22, they won't be in the rest of our jail programs and everything else. We can catch them while we still can. So that's great. While you're there, question. I heard some.
If I may interrupt 1 second, before you speak again, you need to identify yourself for the record because everybody just hears you and they have no idea who you are.
This is Mark Gellis. I live at 2273 Robin Hood Trail in South Daytona. I'm the director of Halifax Urban Ministries.
Robin Hood, huh?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Isn't that appropriate?
Sorry. Okay. Sorry, Mark. The other question, talk about security. There were some concerns about the area. If I recall right, there have been security measures or will be security measures implemented, correct?
There will, and more to protect those on campus
Correct.
than those off campus. But the entire 15 acres is fenced, and we will make sure that stays in place. That glassed-in area where we have our resident attendant, they will also have a series of video monitors that will allow them to monitor the entire property. While we do not want to call anybody security on campus, just because that gives a bad feeling for the children and the families, our RAs, resident attendants, will essentially be there in a security capacity.
Good. I think it would actually bring some safety to it. That's wonderful. Thank you. The only word that I can use for this whole project, because we've talked about it, it's wonderful. It's absolutely, the word that I would use for this particular project is transformative. It's transformative for the individual lives, it's transformative for families, it's transformative for the local community, it's transformative for the housing. I think this will lift that entire community there. And truly be, the manager keeps saying this is a model. He's right, Mr. Deneen, you're right. This this footprint or this model, it should be a model for going forward. And another advantage is, again, using, I can't say it enough times, existing infrastructure has made this a success, and having the day-to-day operations secure. So that's my only comment. I look forward to supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wagner.
I just want to point out, by the way, that the doctor that was here a few moments ago, or
She's still here.
was also the one who killed my dogs on the beach by providing that report that if we let dogs on the beach, kids are going to basically die of infection. So I just want to point that out. Maybe you guys should reconsider dogs on the beach now that I see their faces.
Don't even go there.
Really? All right, I won't. I'll provide that report again. Obviously, I support this wholeheartedly for reasons that are stated, personal and from different positions I've been in through the years. This is an investment we'll see a return on for many years to come. This is a way, the best way to reduce your jail population is to focus on kids. The best way to bring up economic development is to focus on kids. Kids and families, this is what we should be doing. This will go down, obviously, with the thing we voted on a little earlier. And with this, one of my most special days as a county councilman. I feel very privileged to be part of this, assuming that it's going to pass unanimously. This is a great day in Volusia County. This is exciting. We should all be proud of everyone that's here supporting this, and also proud of our fellow council members and proud of staff. This is what we should be doing, and this is the best investment we will ever make. So thank you, everyone. Seriously, thank you. Very much.
Okay. I guess I have final thoughts on this one. It was about 3.5 years ago when after my election, I had a friend, and I don't know who, Troy Ray, is that his name, the guy? Yeah. I guess he's related to you? No? Okay. Okay. I've never met Troy Ray. But apparently he got around and met other people that I know, because one day, it was not more than 4 days after the election, this guy named Eddie Colosimo comes walking up to me and he says, "Come on, sit down, we got to talk." I said, "Okay." And when Eddie says you got to talk, you sit down, just listen to him ramble. He says, "Hearst Elementary." I said, "Okay. It needs to be a family unit. It needs to be a family homeless shelter. You need to go and make this happen." I said, "Eddie, that's a school board situation." He says, "You need to do something to make it happen." I said, "Well, I'll throw it around the county." "No, you need to do it." And he could be very, very forceful. Trust me. If nobody's ever met this guy, he could be very, very forceful, annoying, call you at weird hours, and just make you do things because you got to get him off your back. So I did actually make mention of this thing once to Mr. Deneen in my early days here. And he very simply looked at me and said, "It's a school board issue. We don't involve ourselves in that." And I said, "Fine. I will figure it out." So, first year, of course, all the parties are still going on for months and months after the elections. And I happened to be sitting at a sheriff's benefit, and right next to me was Peggy Smith. Poor lady. I said, "Peggy, here's what we got." And I pitched it to her. Now, I don't know, this must have been long before you talked to her. She goes, "It sounds interesting. I'll think about it." So I don't know if she thought about it after or before you talked with her, Ms. Husseini, but I'm glad she thought about it, and I'm glad we are at this point today, because the most important thing in our future, as Mr. Wagner has stated, is our children. Because without our children, we have no future. So we must take care of those who are in need and who can't take care of themselves in that manner. I honestly believe that, and I wrote this down, that there was a couple of notes I wrote down. One other thing, in 2011, I also did the same search for sex offenders around Daytona State College, because we were having an issue at the college, and I was in the college, going to college, late bloomer. And within a half mile of that center of that school, there's over 244 sex offenders. They're everywhere. We're not going to get rid of them. They've got to be someplace. That's why we're going to have our community assistance officers, I guess is what we're going to call them over there. in the glass part of the building where they can maintain, watch, and early react to any problem. So I understand that concern that was brought up earlier. And yes, these residents out there, you're going to see a boom in the housing market out there. We talked about it when I first made the tour with you, Ms. Husseini, out there. And, you know, I looked around and I said, yeah, this is going to be what we need for economic development in this area to bring that housing back, to bring the housing market back up and fix these things. Get rid of the eyesores, make them whole again. A neighborhood's not a neighborhood without happy kids playing in the streets. Hope Place shall be not only the model, but I have a feeling that it will be the standard for all future family shelters. Those are my words. You could quote me on that, their News Journal, if you like. This will be the standard for the future. And it started right here. So unless there is further discussion from this council, all those in favor of item 2, budget resolution, all contracts involved and for the purchase and operations of the Hearst Elementary School Hope Place at 1340 Wright Street, Daytona Beach, please signify by aye. Aye. All those opposed? That is a 7-0 unanimous vote. I heard you. Yes, now you may applaud. And thank you to everybody that came out in support. We appreciate it. All right, we do have, I've got to get rolling along here because we do have something else I have to do this afternoon. So we'll move on to item 5. Is that okay, Mr. Wagner? Can I go to item 5 now? I tried earlier. Good. Resolution proposed, where's my hammer?
Mr. Chair, let's have a 10-minute recess. Move for a 10-minute recess, please.
Okay, we will be in a, we will take a 10-minute recess. We do need to be right back, though. We will be in recess for 10. If I may have order in the chambers, please.
Yeah, that was too quick.
It was 10 minutes exactly. Good afternoon. Or good, yeah, it's still it's afternoon. All right, the way today is worked out is we have item 5, item 14, 15, and 19 will be addressed after lunch. Okay, item number 5, resolution proposed vacation of 2 sections of County Club Road within the plats of the DeLand Country Club's sub-map book 7, page 122, and Country Club Terrace sub-map book 6, page 176, and abandonment of a connecting unplanted section of Country Club Road. Wow. Mr. Ritton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Is this turned on? Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of council. My name is Jerry Brenton, county engineer. Before you today is a request by 11 petitioners who have interest in property that is in the area of Orange Camp and US 1792. It's the site of the new Publix, the Country Club Corners. Used to be the site of the old DeLand Country Club and golf course. This petition is requesting that 2 segments of platted road be vacated and that a connecting road between those 2 segments be abandoned. What you see in the upper left-hand side, the sort of orange color, that's in one subdivision. And it's a platted but not maintained county road. It served the old golf course and country club. What's shown in green was in a separate platted subdivision. It's unmaintained by the county, but it served the golf course and country club. And then what's connecting the loop in yellow is not platted. It's not a public road. It was never served. It was never on the records as a public road, but it was used by the public to get to the golf course and the country club. So the petitioners want to clean this up, and they are asking the council to vacate the 2 platted sections of road, of Country Club Road, and to the extent that the county has any interest in what's in yellow, the unplatted road that was used by the public, that be abandoned. So the request before you today is to vacate the 2 platted segments of Country Club Road and to abandon any interest in the unplatted Country Club Road that connects the 2. And that concludes my report.
Okay, is there any other staff report on this matter? Okay, hearing none, we will move off close the staff report, open up public participation. Is there any public participation in this matter? Ms. Zimmerman?
I have no
Oh, we do?
well,
I will
okay.
need you to go ahead and come up and speak, sir. And, but bring your yellow slip with you and you will fill it out. After you speak, we're keep moving along here.
Tolga Batir, managing partner at Hurley Chrysler Dodge Ram.
Okay.
101
I need you to state your name and your, I guess, position for the record.
Tolga Batir, managing partner at Hurley Chrysler Dodge Ram.
Okay.
And the reason why I'm here is I'm here on behalf of Kay Whitehouse. She could not make it. And if you see on the map where the arrow is, that portion of the road was not put into effect. And she actually owns the property there. And this was her email to me this morning. Yes, right there. As I'm unable to attend this hearing, please proceed on my behalf as my representative. I definitely want the request to be included in the road abandonment petition. So she would like to have that portion of the road abandoned as well.
Okay.
And that's
That's all you got? Okay. Ms. Seaman, we will need to address that on the legal side.
Yes, road abandonments are statutorily driven and there's specific requirements. We have to advertise the legal description of what we're abandoning twice in the newspaper before the public hearing, as well as some other requirements. If she would like that to be abandoned, we're going to have to follow through at another time and have the Public Works staff evaluate that to determine whether or not it's needed for anybody else legal access to their property before it can be moved through the process, and then we would have to do the proper advertisement. I appreciate her position, but at this time, we did not advertise for that portion to be abandoned.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir, Mr. Britton.
If I may add, my staff has advised me earlier that specifically the party had requested not to be included because we always look at additional segments that doesn't serve the public. So we were advised that she definitely did not want to be in it, but as Ms. Seaman says, that would take an additional application.
Okay. So we've got her contact information. Can we contact her and find out what she would like to really do now? Okay. Did you understand all that, sir? Okay. Very well. Is there any other public participation in this matter?
I don't have any other slips.
Thank you, ma'am. Very well. We will close the public participation, close the public hearing, open up the council discussion and action. Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the vacation of 2 sections of Country Club Road within plats of the Deland Country Club subdivision, map book 7, page 122, and Country Club Terrace subdivision, map book 6, page 176, and abandonment of a connecting unplatted section of Country Club Road. Move approval.
I have a motion for approval. Second. Ms. Cusack beat you to it there, Mr. Fred. All right, Ms. Cusack is the second. Is there any further discussion on this matter? All those in favor of resolution proposed vacation of 2 sections of country roads within plats of the Deland Country Club sub map book 7, page 122, and Country Club Terrace sub map book 6, page 176, and the abandonment of a connected unplatted section of the Country Club Road, please signify by aye. Aye. All those opposed? So vacated. Unanimous pass. Okay, with that, we are done with our morning agenda. As I stated, staff has requested items 14, 15, and 19 to be addressed this afternoon. And Mr. Patterson, you may be leading the council meeting this afternoon. I will be over at the canvassing board. So, yes, I'm going to go watch some paint dry this afternoon. Actually, it's kind of fun. So, all right. So, unless there is further discussion before this council at this moment.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it possible for us to address the items 14, 15,
And 19?
and 19? Because we're going to have a long afternoon. So
I have been requested by staff to pick that up at 2. Just 15? Okay, well, I mean,
We could,
I have to leave right now.
15's the only one we have to hold, right? Okay, 14 and 19, Ms. Cusack, we could do.
If you would like to do them.
All right?
Okay, very well. Then
14.
I'm going to go ahead and pass the gavel to Mr. Patterson, who will take charge of the meeting, and I will be back as soon as I can.
Mr. Manager, I thought it was item 14.
Oh, 14's the one. 15 and 19 are the 2 we can do. All right. Well, let's proceed then.
Okay.
All right, moving on to item 15, application for fine grant for design and permitting of the boardwalk extension and educational dock at the Marine Science Center. Who is doing that, Mr. Dean? Mr. Deneen?
I'll start it while staff.
All right, Ms. Seaman, you're
move-
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Find requires a resolution of the elected body making the request prior to making application. This is a project that was part of a long-term plan for the Marine Science Center. You can see on the aerials that are attached at 1524, it will be for an extension of the boardwalk. If we can we get that page up? Is that possible? anyway, it's for extension of the boardwalk and to build a floating dock. And so this is in order for staff to make the application, council needs to approve this resolution. Go ahead, Kelly.
Go ahead, Kelly.
Kelly McGee, Director of Growth and Resource Management. I also wanted to let you know that this page in particular has been amended. You all will have received an updated packet. The packet isn't due until April 1st. We're removing the visual that shows a sidewalk. The sidewalk is not actually a part of this. The boardwalk is a part of this, as well as the floating dock. And so that was an error, and we wanted to just let you know that the application that's going in will not be requesting a sidewalk. That's actually overflow parking. And so, and people use that also, the road, the pavement there as a sidewalk. So there's really no
The
need
white
for-
line is what she's
Correct,
referring
the
to
white line.
as the sidewalk.
Exactly. So, we're excited about this. This will allow the permitting and design of this project. This was brought to you, this extension back in July of last year when we
Right.
talked about the trails and we talked about adding the extension of the boardwalk to increase accessibility. And your agenda item also includes the executive summary of the Marine Science Center strategic plan. So we have been anticipating this. We will be also seeking grants to fund
Right,
this
right.
project
See here?
once it's designed and permitted. So this is an attempt to create projects that are shovel-ready effectively, because those programs have a higher likelihood of actually receiving grant funding. And so we're very pleased. Find hosted an event at the Marine Science Center late last year, and they're very excited to partner with us on this. Thank you.
Councilmember, any questions? Yes. I'll entertain a motion.
Move.
We have a motion to approve the application fine grant for design and permitting of the boardwalk extension and additional educational dock at the Marine Science Center. Is there any debate? Is there any objection to the motion? Without objection, show the motion passes unanimously. Item number 19, resolution, authorization of low-level aircraft flight in the unincorporated areas of Volusia County, mosquito control purposes.
George will handle it.
Okay, I'll go ahead and handle it. We were hoping to tie in with Jim McNally a little report on the Zika virus, but what we can do, he had stepped out. We'll have him come, if it is the pleasure of the council, when we talk to the health department lady this afternoon, we can tie it in with that. John he can handle the actual low-level flying section.
Mr. Angela, you're recognized.
Oh, look at Jim
He's
Jim
there.
just appeared, so they're probably running from everywhere today. So get your breath and let John do.
John did, yeah.
Yeah. Good afternoon, John and Julie, Public Works Director. The item before you today is an authorization for low-level aircraft flight in the unincorporated sections of Volusia County for the purpose of a mosquito control. This is an FAA requirement that we get a council approval for this authorization. This is just over the unincorporated areas. Each municipality will be presenting a similar resolution to their respective commissions, at least on the east side, in order for them to give authorization for mosquito control to operate within their and over their jurisdictions as well. The unique thing about this particular one is that we are asking, and the FAA has granted us the ability to seek a 2-year period for this authorization. So this agreement, which will expire at the end of this month, with council's approval and execution, will extend us through March 31 of 2018. And this again is for some surveillance activities as well as the mosquito low-level flights over houses in those areas as we treat mosquitoes.
Any questions, members? Again, I'll entertain a motion. I have a motion for approval of the resolution for the authorization of low-level aircraft flight in unincorporated areas of Volusia County mosquito control purposes. Is there any debate on the motion? Any debate without any objection? Without objection, show the motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Council's pleasure, I'd like to introduce Mr. Jim McNally, our Mosquito Control Director, give you kind of update on the Zika environment here in in Volusia County and what he's been doing and his group's been doing to ensure the safety of the citizens.
Ms. McNally, you're recognized.
Thank you, John. Do you need my address as well?
Name and address, sir.
Jim McNally, I'm in the trails in Ormond Beach.
Okay.
I don't know if you heard from the new public health head. Did she? Okay. What I'd like to talk about really are the mosquitoes that are associated with the transmission of potentially Zika virus or other viruses that are spread by these two, what we call peridomestic mosquitoes, mosquitoes that are produced in your containers. We amended our integrated pest management program back in 2012. Coincidentally, we used the interns that year to kick off and facilitate what now is a focus of our integrated pest management program on these two mosquitoes, Aedes aegypti and Aedes albopictus. And I'm sorry, I'm still a little bit out of breath. So your mosquito control district, which was initiated almost 80 years ago and directed at production on the salt marsh, is also now focused on these two important mosquitoes. And it was really a result of a dengue epidemic which took place in the Keys back in 2010. So we are proactively looking at these mosquitoes. You probably have, the County of Volusia probably has the most robust surveillance program directed at these two mosquitoes in the state of Florida. We run a variety of, we run a trap that is specifically focused on these mosquitoes across the district and across the county that provides us information on the populations, seasonal populations, and that helps us with our decision-making process when we get an imported case of dengue, chikungunya, or Zika virus. We have not seen an imported case of Zika virus yet. I would expect to at some point, and at that point we'll be working closely with the Department of Health our goal is to keep it out of our local populations, our mosquito populations. We can't limit those folks coming back with a disease. What we can attempt to do is limit that transmission to our local mosquito population, and that really is our goal.
Any questions? Thank you very much, Ms. McNally.
Thank you, and I apologize for being out.
All right.
Thanks, Jim.
And we are going to take a break until 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Is there anything? All right, we are adjourned. We are in recess till 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Open the door.